Alright, what's up guys? How are we doing today? So, how are we feeling about the patch and the campfire yesterday? I've heard not a lot of people are not so happy about it. Hey bro, wait, was I not on the starting screen? Was I not on it? Whoops. I think I was, wasn't I? I was. Just shorter this time. It was there. It was there for a couple of seconds. I mean, for like a whole minute, I think. Yeah. Just very short this time. Didn't have to fix anything. Everything worked perfectly for once. Have a question? I might have an answer. Actually, I forgot to put the... Whoops. I forgot to pull the YouTube chat in. So technically there was something we're missing. There we go. Okay. What build will get nerfed next season? I mean, basically all Barb builds will be nerfed next season. Just kinda how it is. What's up, Shiro? How are you doing? All Barb builds will be nerfed because Barb as a whole, a lot of stuff on Barb got nerfed. Paladin is probably gonna stay in the same spot or better, with the exception of Thorns. I mean, granted, they technically got indirectly nerfed because resolve stacking is no longer as good, but still gonna be decent. Hard to make my favorite build next season, Bleed Barb. Yeah, that's likely gonna be the meta.
It is done.
I'm personally not too much a fan of Bleed. I mean, it depends. I'm just... in D4, damage over time, at least on Barb, has never felt good for me. I play damage over time on other games, but on Barb it has never felt good to me because it's so slow. But maybe I haven't tested out too much this season yet, I haven't messed around with it. But like, depending on how things work, if Bleed is that strong, I'll probably just be playing Whirlwind with the blood letter thing or whatever. Yeah, the blood letter. So, yeah. I'll have to see. Maybe there's a way to make this actually good with the bleed one. Can work there if you... Yeah, I'll be messing around with that. I mean, what do you do? You take Bleed Whirlwind. Oh, but actually, Winding is getting nerfed, deadly. Winding did get nerfed. I mean, Does Winding work with Bloodletter? Like, does Winding work with this Rupture here? Because if it does, it's fine. If it does, it's totally fine then. We'll have to see. Assuming that does work, you just run what? Winding, you'd run this one, right? Or bleed damage, another bleed thing proccing. Does this have to be bleed? I think so, right? Or is it just damage over time? No, it has to be bleeding. Kind of weird that it's not bleeding and damage over time, but okay. And then we'll just... Exercise. I mean, this is just insane healing, right? By using that set. Okay. That's healing solved. Do any of our ultimates have any sort of bleed? No, right? I do want to see how because like they didn't specify what the Rasta Berserker buff was, how much it was, so depending on how much it actually is, it could be quite insane. Regardless, none of the shouts or anything like that actually have bleed on them, right? No. What other sources of bleed do we actually have? It's actually quite easy to see right now. I just have to look for red. I don't see a lot, sadly. So it'd just be Iron Skin and Winding. Unless I want to run another active skill, which we probably won't. Okay. I mean, I'll definitely be messing around with it on PTR. We'll just have to see how good it ends up being. Was this using... I mean, you can't use Ramaladness on this, I'm assuming. I mean, it just depends if they actually fix Ramaladness. I'm assuming you can't. You probably also can't use... I mean... Limitless Rage would work, I guess, but it's nerfed anyway. Oh. Are you... Oh, it is Marshall. Ooh. Okay, that's cool, because that means you can scale both Whirlwind and Rupture's damage. So you can do damage with both of them. That's nice. Okay, what base damage are we looking at here, though? 329 and 432. Granted, the only damage you would care is the bleeding part, because you're only scaling bleeding damage, right? You're not really, because like you're taking damage over time and stuff like that, so it's much lower, but it's still something, I suppose. Then you also get this explosion, right? You'd run the explosion for sure. The pool of blood, you don't really care. Again, all for one, you're not running ancient, so you don't care. But not bleed. This doesn't give you 20% damage increase. This one does not give you 20% damage increase. This is just for the... This only works for the... unless you're talking about this one. This one works. But this one only works for Challenging Shout itself. Doesn't actually work for other skills. But Bloodletter is only for bleed, right? It increases bleeding effects, which is kind of bad in a way, but whatever. I mean, it's good, but it's, you know. I'd rather it was an 80% multiplier, but hey. So the applies bleeding to enemies as choose rupture them for 300% increased damage. I mean, I'm gonna... Yeah. Right? It's only for rupture, that's the thing. This set could be so much better if it was after enemies are hit by rupture, they take X% increased damage instead of this. But hey, we'll be doing damage with rupture, so who cares? Anyway, let me get some whispers done. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, boss is up, nice. I can't help but notice it. Okay, it's fighting someone. But yeah, Rand is probably going to be really strong next season. All damage over time builds will be very strong next season. Like, the Shattered Vow is unironically the best mythic in the game right now. Like, the actual mythic, you know? Actually incredibly good. Oh, we lagged out? No, okay, there we go. That being said, I do hope that Wrath of the Berserker becomes the default next season. If they make Wrath of the Berserker have like a 30-second duration, the only issue is that you get duration but with ranks, and Wrath of the Berserker is combat. So on a Whirlwind build, you kind of want to raise martial ranks instead of that, right? Ah, didn't mean to click that. 90% damage. I think it's more, isn't it? It's like a 100 something. I have a Gargora. It's more than that. And now you'll usually get good stats on it as well, which is very nice. Ooh.
Something else in mind? Yes.
In paradise.
Perhaps another course.
We do have a double dungeon, I guess. Not gonna be doing that just now. I want to do the whispers I have real quick. Oh, have I done all of... No, there's another easy one over here. Yeah, it's a 135 in the amulet, right? Very good. The thing with playing with Rupture is that it makes my issue with the bleeds thing not as big, because with Rupture you do damage instantly, right? Okay, so... no boss, sadly. I kind of want to I kind of want to get a lot of corrupted roots here. That's kind of the idea. Let's go do a bit of Hell Tides then. I just want to play a bit of other modes because I've just been doing dungeons 24/7. Just drank a Polar last night, which was fun, but I was surprised I didn't feel the most amazing power boost. Wonder if I'm missing fizz damage. What slot can I get it as multiplicative? I mean, if you're talking about if you're already the weapon with fizz damage, and it swaps to one with gem strength, it's normally don't feel too much of a difference. That's completely normal. But you can get fizz damage multi from the cube everywhere, literally, and you kind of want to get it everywhere except the two-handed weapons. It also depends on the level of the gems you have, but generally speaking, it will be like 2 extra pit tiers or something. It's quite a lot of damage. Like with 2 gem strength and a couple of fizz rolls, I went from doing... Oh, it insta-died, nice. I went from doing 125, 130 trillion to be able to go up to 500 trillion, right? It's definitely increasing damage, it's just not a massive one. Well, I mean, it's still massive, but you might not feel it at some point. Because like pit tiers after I believe it's 110 scale really aggressively. So that's why you don't notice it just by pit tiers alone. Was dot time increase? That's the thing. With the big problem with Shattered Bow is that it had awful stats for Barb, generally speaking. Now, the only good stat on it will stay and the others are random, which means you'll be getting life and strength much more reliably, and even damage over time as well. Not only that, the damage over time duration got buffed by 20%. So, like, yep. No, you can't. OG mythics you cannot change in the cube. You can only change the new mythics. The OG mythics or whatever name they gave them, I forget now. Those cannot be changed in the cube. How they drop is how they are, basically. Ooh, question. They clarified it in the Q&A. They clarified that in the Q&A on the Sanctuary sit down. They even gave them a name. Like a specific name. I think I have the... Wait, do I still have the document here? I did transcribe it. Where is it? I can just do doc. Let me see. I did transcribe it. Yeah. So what they call that? Iconic mythics. There you go. They call them iconic mythics. Yeah, there you go. I transcribed all of the thing for the video that I posted yesterday. Is this just me or Barb feels weaker? Went from pit 130? Yeah, you just missed something. I don't know. Maybe you unequipped something, changed an aspect accidentally or something. Because it's still the same. We're gonna be weaker next season, but not for now. We still have a month. We still have 1 month. 1 month of power for now. Is the mouth thing actual real? The thing they were posting about, like that there are places that just have the mouses? Is that actually a thing? Because I proc mouses like in the similar spaces, like they're back to back. I was actually messing around to see if that was a thing. Maybe stupid question, but how do you get plus 12 results on your items? You need to GA them and master work them. That will give you 12. Okay, let's try it again. No proc over there. Oh, well. Yep. It procced again on the same spot. Now the other one is around here. Oh. Oh no. Well, guess I'll have to go to the site and see where they are at. Because this is kind of crazy if you can just do this back to back. They clearly have some sort of internal cooldown. But it's not that high. They loop them onto unique, just the same separation. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. Are you, brother? I'm doing great. How about you? Just a bit sad that our Banished Lord still looks like that, but, you know, it be what it be. I have to kill a certain amount of enemies for it to spawn again, maybe. There we go. Okay, so definitely. Okay. This is definitely a thing. I don't think they are touching this, so this is just how you're gonna level, Loki. Just level your health tides to this and get a bunch of XP early. Okay, we're gonna have to go look into this then. Like, what are the best spots that have like 4 or 5 of them that you can easily go back and forth? I should be able to proc one here. I guess not. Just kill some enemies over here and they should spawn again. It's kinda... I'm sure I'm doing great. Hey, nice. The trade for back runes on the Diablo trade, never used it before. Yeah, I mean, there are still a lot of people playing, so it should be somewhat easy, especially things like runes. Are you crafting mythics? What? Is Vex the Soul League one, I think, right? Actually, I don't know. I think they changed a bunch of the recipes. Where can I see the build? It's a exclamation mark build. Yeah, oh well.
Who can stand against you? With me.
Just give it about a second, he's sleeping. There we go. Metal art? Okay, then yeah, nice. Yeah, now a mouth should spawn somewhere here. Or maybe not. What about here? Yep. Okay, yeah. It's definitely related to this. And these things give you a lot of XP as well. This one is a bit more finicky, it seems. Maybe it has a bigger area or something. It's shared globally by all players, so if someone else is in the zone, they can trigger it and you want to see it. Ah, interesting. Sometimes they do trigger back to back though. So how does that work? Like it's internal cooldown per, right? It's not the... It's not all of them. Hello there. Look, another one. Yeah, for example, I found these 3 places. Right? I found these 3 places. I need a new mouse. I can just go back over there. Rip mount. There we go. Yeah, this is kinda crazy. I guess this one, people just come across this. Yeah, look, another one. Yeah, they're giving me a little less stuff. Wait a second. They're onto me. They know what I'm doing. It's on cooldown right now. That is cool though. This will definitely be a really great way for you to get a bunch of Paragon levels next season, because they are not touching this at all. Because like, not only do the fangs give you a good amount of XP, you can then open boxes with all the cinders you get for even more XP. Oh, there's one here. This one should have reset. Unless there's someone around here. Apparently there was. We have to the other one. Nah. Yeah, someone's come across here, I guess. And you just go back and forth doing this. You should do it on no crossplay, I guess. That would also help. Okay, I'm just gonna go open chests. You should do it on a no crossplay zone as well, right? That will increase the odds that you don't have people there. And you should do it on the side that doesn't have whispers. Yeah, with that you can easily get all the chests in the Hell Tide. Kinda crazy. So there's one chest over there, I'm fairly certain.
Must prepare for a fight.
There isn't. What? Okay, it's over here then. Get 'em, boys. Good job. Okay, I have no idea where the rest of the chests are over there. Cool. Let's go get more rims before we go to the other zone. See if I remember the spot. So there's one nearby this chest over here, right? Maybe it wasn't right there. Okay, that one I'm not sure. This one, there's one over here for sure. But it's on cooldown. This one over here. This one normally is not on cooldown. It's very rare, but it is on cooldown as well. Wow. How about you? Are you on cooldown? You are. Wow, okay, all of them are on cooldown. That's oh, there we go. Is it related to these events as well? And you gotta proc them before the Hell Rim can spawn? Might just be speculation. Okay. Okay, let's go to the other side and open a bunch of chests, I guess.
Is someone there?
Oh yeah. How are you guys feeling about the patch notes? Like, both the Barb and the general ones. For the PTR. Of course, it's still the PTR. It's bound to change. There's no way I can blink down there, right? Absolutely no way. Okay, that would be cool though. This Barb is still OP. I mean, I can tell you with almost certainty it's not gonna be OP, but it's still gonna be decent. I don't think that... Okay, there's one nerf that I think it's a bit too much, which is the Banish Lord nerf. I think Banish Lord was not the problem with Overpower. The problem with Overpower was Tidal to a degree, but I think Tidal was adjusted in a normal way. But Dominate needed that insane nerf. Like we were talking about the other day, and I told you guys, like, Dominate is gonna go down at least by 4x. And it went down by 10x, I think, which is... I think that's a bit too much, but whatever. I don't like the glyph as it is. It promotes a really unhealthy playstyle. Resolve on Selig were gone, that's to be expected. I did also predict that they were not gonna survive, and yeah. Only thing I'm a bit worried about is survivability. Like, for Whirlwind it's fine, but for other Barb builds, survivability is gonna be hard. Like, Whirlwind could already survive T12s somewhat okay, without Selig and Resolve. Just by running a bunch of HP, armored resists, and heavy-handed. Not heavy-handed, the Heavenly Might or whatever it's called. The defensive one. It could be me, but it does feel the longer you go without proccing one, the more enemies you get out of it. Could just be... Oh. Maybe. No more Whirlwind though, so I mean it's still gonna be a very decent build. Like, at least Dust Diablo will still almost for sure do a 125 at the very least, so you'll still be speed farming T12. Oh, I will be trying the bleed, not necessarily Whirlwind doing the damage, but using Whirlwind to proc a bunch of ruptures with the Bloodletter set. I'll be trying that out. Because that might be strong, because bleed is gonna be very strong next season. I mean... Okay, it's gonna be strong. Probably gonna... Our best build is probably gonna be a bleed build. Surprisingly, Shattered Vow is actually gonna be the best unique in the game. So, yeah. For the... Yeah, what the timeline, am I right? Have to work. Have a great day. Alright, see you later. Hope work goes well. Some of the general changes I didn't agree too much with though, but yeah. Like the Opal one was amazing. The fact that you can reroll uniques on the cube, the stat, is also very awesome. You'll have a way easier time getting uniques with at least 3 of the stats you want. 4 stats is gonna be hard still. But it will help a lot more with getting good uniques. Oh yeah, whoops. get any good one. Not really. Yo! That's a pretty decent one. That's yeah, all of this are, I mean, that one is decent, I guess. I can use that one then. Yeah, I can do this tree. Got to get a good T-Vault. You know what? Decent.
What is it that you know where to find me?
Oh yeah, they're also gonna put escalation dungeons here. You'll probably still be able to do what I'm gonna do now. But yeah, it's gonna be cool. You can probably just still use them this way to complete multiple dungeons. I already have one here. But you can also do it as a thing. And now they are gonna make the big thing with the warplans, that they're gonna make them, the rewards and everything like that, scale with the average duration of the activity. So doing Infernal Hordes, Escalation Dungeons, or activities that just last longer by default, they will just be more rewarding, which is nice. Oh yeah, the gold cap was also increased, which is gonna be nice for the people that do want to trade. I will almost for sure be playing solo self-found though. Like, until two things happen. Until trading is actually in the game, like, properly supported in the game, and until they actually start, you know, making sure the leaderboards are clean, I'll probably just stick to solo self-found. We'll see if the community of solo self-found actually polices itself, because normally they do. They tend to do it on basically every other game. So I'm hoping that also happens in Diablo. They kinda eat. The thing is, they kinda hinted at it as well on the Q&A, that it was gonna be more competitive, which doesn't make sense to say that, but they also kinda know. That's what people will use it for. Oh, I forgot to clear my charms, didn't I? Yep. Rip.
Back to it then.
Oh, you know what? Just in case, I'm gonna let PoE2 update in the background. Just in case, so I'm ready to jump in if I end up wanting to play it. It still has to do the last season update as well. Just take Forgotten Wisdom, right? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna miss a bit not being able to do activities together with other people, like in front of hordes and stuff like that. But, I mean, the other perks of self-found probably are worth it for me, I guess. I don't know. One thing I do not understand is why they don't let you migrate a solo self-found character to the active league. Like, I understand not being able to migrate non-self-found to self-found. That makes sense. But like a self-found one to the OG league, that one does not make too much sense to me. Unless, but they've not talked about anything like that, right? Unless they were like adding some sort of extra thing to allow you to farm or different drop rate for soul self-found, which I don't think they mentioned anything like that, right? But unless that's the idea, I don't see why you couldn't. I can't be bothered. Oh, whoops! I think I collected all the chests, haven't I? I think I collected all the chests. Yeah. Collected all of them, haven't I? Oh no, there's one over here. Hidden. I don't think I have any other one hidden, so gonna have to wait for the next Altide, I think. Oh, we do have one over here. Yo, what's up? It's Birdman. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, Raiders. I'm Aloy. I'm a writer for Max Roll. I like to goof around on D4 and some other games. Mostly RPGs, but also play some other, you know, random games. How's the stream go? Let me just quickly open this chest before the Helltide ends. Wait a second. And do a SU. Spurred main TV. I'm sure there's a way for me to do the command for the last red bat. I'm assuming you're playing a Barb. Yeah, for a shout-out? Yeah, you're welcome. Are you also playing Whirlwind? Yeah. You've been around, right? I remember the name. Somewhat. I'll switch in next season. I will potentially be... we'll see. I might start next season on the Paladin. Because I barely played Paladin this season. And if it ends up being stronger, I might just start over there. With either Blessed Hammer, Zeal, or Lance. We'll see. I'm hoping there's a good Fire Earthquake build next season. I don't think that will be a thing, sadly, for Barb. I mean, burning maybe, but just like straight fire damage, probably not. Barb is likely gonna be damage over time next season. Like, bleed mostly. Fed to pick. I'll be trying a bleed setup on PTR. But yeah. Oh, is that resource? Yes, it is. Oh, it also has amazing stats, actually. Wait a second. Another one for the Gamba, I guess. Uno segundo. There we go. Let's go get these whispers. I mean, if I had to get, it's just gonna be like grand or charge damage over time. They're adding new sets every season? I don't think so. We didn't get any new sets for the next one. Stuck. Like, the sets are still gonna be the same. Ooh, come on. Oh yeah, I'm really sad that the Goblin event is gonna be on top of the PTR. That was just... why? You know? Why would you do that? Enjoying Lightning Druid the last 2 days, build not done yet. I'm gonna be honest, Druid is literally the only class I've never played in D4. I mean, now, you know, I've also not played Warlock technically, but... But you know, Warlock has been out for 1 month. Druid has been out for 3 years, and I've literally not made a single Druid. Literally the only class of the 5 that I've not played at all. Repair Barb is 614. It's gonna be fine. Barb is still gonna be strong. It's just not gonna be busted. Warlock wasn't as cool as I was hoping. I heard a lot of people say that as well. I just wonder if it is just because it was weaker compared to other classes, or if it was actually a design kind of situation. Because sadly a lot of people confuse the two. Like a lot of people, oh, the class is weaker than another, it's trash, the class is bad. And that's not real. Like, for example, Season 10, Barb was one of the weakest classes. Like top 1 or bottom 1 or bottom 2. But Barb was so incredibly well balanced. Like, it was literally one of my favorite seasons on Barb. And yet, a lot of people just brushed it under the rug because it was weaker than the other classes. Even though it could do all the content quite easily. All the content in the game, right? But because it was like 5 tiers below, 5 pit tiers below the top class, it was bad, right? A lot of people think that way. That's why I don't take too much of the feedback right now too seriously. Because I don't know, like, if they're actually giving proper feedback or if they're just, oh, class is too weak, clearly it's trash, bad design, and stuff like that, you know?
Where to find me.
Never played Rogue. I've played Rogue back in season 4 just to get the crit damage tempers. Yeah, that's literally it.
Now then, where would you begin? Yes, let's reconsider.
Every time it hurts, play another verse. Dude, I'm gonna be the only person that has not seen a mythic thing, huh? Oh, I cannot avoid infernal. I can. Ooh. I cannot avoid infernal hordes here. Yikes. Do have a double dungeon here, I guess. Alright, thanks for the follow. Welcome to stream. I was hoping part of it would be either fully dot or summons like D3. I mean, the fully dot, no, but summons? Isn't there like a summon builds there? I see you guys like spawning a bunch of enemies and just throwing them at the enemy. Overall, wasn't the problem, but it is slow. Was it? I mean, wait, was that Necro? It might have been Necro. I know one of them was just flying across the map. It might have been Necro, surprisingly. I personally only have one issue with Warlock, which is they fill my screen with a bunch of bullshit, and I can't see anything. That's my one problem.
Impressive, unfortunately.
I screened the Lightning Druid, there's a lot of potential. Yeah, Druid was decent this season, I think. Also, wait. Druid is the class with the least bugs, right? I think this is, it actually was. Oh yeah, I also heard like the swords were actually kind of screwed on the on the patch. I don't know how true that is because swords, like, the general default player base overreacts a lot, and then you have swords which, like, you nerf them by 10%, they are crying their eyes out. So I never know if whenever like they are complaining if it's actually true or not. So I actually don't know how bad it actually is. Granted, and it's hitting 50 mil damage once I get correct gear. Here to low trillions. Damn, nice, yeah. That's decent. Like, honestly, I don't think build should be hitting for like multi-trillion hits. Unless it's like a build that does one hit every like 5 seconds, right? Like this might be a bit too much damage. Oh yeah, one thing though. People will actually have to learn to do Mephisto now. You can just face tank him on the barb. People will actually have to learn how to do it. That's gonna be funny. I have learned how to do it. I mean, it's gonna be easier now, to be fair, because you'll be able to skip the phases. So it's gonna be easy to learn, because you don't have to spend so much time learning by dying on phases. Since and the Star community freaks out. I mean, I don't think a lot of like hardcore Sorc players understand how unhealthy it is for a class to be able to just teleport across the map in 2 seconds, right? I don't think a lot of them understand that. But where can you see your threat level in Altides? On the top right near the cinders. It's for trillions? No, not really. Not in a long time, actually. But their goal was not first to beating trillions, just a lot of things just didn't properly get addressed. The marketing Mephisto into seconds, yeah. Not only that, you cannot face tank him anymore either. Unless we find another way to become tankier. How does Warlands in your guide not have weapon damage? Well, because weapon damage is a dead stat. It literally does nothing for the build. And it would just misguide people on what you actually want on the weapon. I know you cannot get one without weapon damage, but that's not really the role of me showing the stats there. The purpose of the stats I'm showing there is the stats you want to aim for, right? And I'm not going to be recommending weapon damage when weapon damage is literally useless. And it would just... Because, like, there's already a lot of people that just put weapon damage everywhere. And they don't understand it doesn't work out that way. You should only put it on your main weapon. So if I go on my guide and I say, only put weapon damage on your main weapon, and then I'm putting weapon damage on the Ramaladness, that's just gonna, you know, give people the wrong message. The bar is full, I reached max, yeah. But why does it go back to 0? Whenever you reach max, it starts ticking down for like 30 seconds or so. And then you'll spawn, what's the name of the guys? You'll spawn a guy, whatever, and the guy hunts you down, and if you kill him, you get loot. And it goes back to 0 after that, basically. Yeah, it just repeats the cycle again. Back to 0. I could explain that since it's, you know, a guide. Well, yeah. That's why I don't recommend it. Okay, let's say you're following a guide and you see I have, let's talk a chest piece. I have a chest piece and I recommend the first stat I put on the stat recommendation, right? I put resource, strength, max life and armor. And you have two chest pieces. You have one with armor, strength and life, and you have another with strength, max life and sorry, did I say resource first? Let's go back. Let's say I recommend chest piece, first stat resource, second stat strength, third stat life, fourth stat armor. And you have two armor pieces. One that gives you strength, max life and armor, and another that gives you resource, strength and max life. Which one are you gonna pick? You're gonna pick the one that has resource, strength and max life because that's the order I put them in, right? Same thing goes for everywhere else in the guide. If you have two Ramas, one that has weapon damage, strength, max life, and crit damage, and another that has weapon damage, strength, max life, and physical damage, you're gonna take the one with crit damage. That's kinda why the stat priority is there, right? Like, I could write on the whole guide everything that's not working, but then I'll just have literally hundreds of lines. I do talk about some of the more pertinent ones that just completely make you change something. But the ones that you'll just notice by yourself, aka an item is not dropping without a certain stat, I cannot put all of them there, or else the guide would be literally hundreds of lines long. There's a bunch of things that's not working. For example, it's not just Ramaladness. I have not seen a single guard without strength. I have not seen a single Banished Lord without strength either. It's not just Ramaladness. People just notice Ramaladness the most for some reason. But it's not just Ramaladness that's happening on. There's a lot of gear that's happening on as well. Especially the uniques. Legendaries not so much. The uniques, yeah. A lot of them, that's happening. And it's not just Ramaladness. Every one-handed unique. As far as I've seen, every one-handed weapon unique has that happening on it.
I'll be here, swinging away.
Care for a game of chance?
There's only so much information I can put in the guide without it becoming way too long, didn't read, and people just don't bother reading. Right? And that is not a priority, basically, right? It's you drop Ramas, you don't see one without weapon damage, you just take the best you got. You just take the one that has the three best stats, which is strength, max life, and crit damage. Right? We have a stat priority there for a reason.
Terrible. It's worth something. Oh, so an excellent pull, my friend. Fate smiles.
Oh yeah, talking about the stat product, I need to go fix it on the League, I think. The master work on a couple of items, I think, is not updated properly. I'll need to remake the items and see if it updates properly. Because I put it properly, but it just didn't update on the back end, I think, for some reason. So I'm gonna have to go and try and fix it manually.
Nice. Damn. An oh, sorry. A legend. It's worth something. Not much, but something.
I mean, you get what I'm saying, only parts of the problem is showing a literally non-possible item. Either show possible item or explain why it... Okay, look at the Banished Lord I'm recommending. Look at the one I have, it's not even close. Because it's literally impossible. You're not gonna get that. But I still... I could put the Banished Lord there with just strength, max life, crit chance and vulnerable damage. You could potentially get that. But at the same time, I'll just be recommending you a worst one. Again, like, the stats are, again, they are a priority of stats. They are a priority of what's good and what's not. It's simply that. And if the goal is for you to understand something, putting something that you just copy-paste would kind of defeat that as well, right? And again, like I was saying, there's a bunch of things in that guide that I do because something is broken and I have to play around it, right? If I go around explaining all of them, it would be literally hundreds of lines long. And I'm fairly certain I'm not exaggerating. And like, at some point I just got to decide what is something that someone will notice. Like, you will easily notice that you cannot roll a weapon without weapon damage. And what's something else, like for example the Crusher Glyph, that people, unless you go to the dummy and hit it 100 times and properly test stuff, you'll never notice that Crusher is not working, for example, right? You'll never notice that. Those things, that and the limited rage not scaling with resource regen, is two things that you'd normally have a really hard time noticing. The resource one, I mean, if you pay attention you would, but let's be honest, with the amount of buffs you have, you'd not notice either. Those are two things that are really impactful and that I do point out. But I have to be very selective with what I do, because if I do point out all of the bugs, it would literally be hundreds of lines. Okay, maybe not hundreds, but at least 100 lines. I just have to be very selective what I do there. Like if it's something like that one, which you easily caught, right? That you cannot get weapon damage. People will just see that and they will understand by themselves. I don't need to explain to them that you can't get it because they will see that they are not getting it.
I'll be here, swinging away.
Well, just one part threw me off. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just explaining you the reasoning why I did it.
And it's hey, damn.
Do the commanders not give loot now? What commanders? Wait, are you talking about the... Wait, Helltide? I think they do, right? That was a lot of gear there. A lot of bubbles, I mean.
Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
Also, I do want to point out, technically speaking, it's not impossible to get a Rama with strength, max life, crit damage, and physical damage. Technically speaking. Technically speaking, you could get one with max life, crit damage, and phys damage, and then transfigure and swap the weapon damage with strength. Technically speaking. The best type of speaking, right? Technically speaking.
Terrible. It's worth some. Oh, sorry. No. An egg. Damn. They can't all be winners, can they?
I guess it just comes down to the way you play as well. Like whenever I'm playing, I'm never looking for the perfect item. I'm looking for upgrades. So, oh, where do you guys come from? So I'm way more used. I guess that could be because I'm also play PoE and stuff like that. I'm way more used to not having all the stats on the item that I want. Could be that.
couldn't have made it without.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, now that we're talking about that, just realized they didn't say anything about that on the patch note, right? It's so literal for the guys.
Dearest.
Oh, you just can't. Okay, that explains it then. Just, okay, that yeah. Okay, then it's definitely just how we approach the game, right? 100% then.
Halls today. When he saw me, he approached to ask about the prison warden. I directed him to the palace guard.
But yeah, they didn't talk anything about that on the patch notes, right?
Some disaster at the dungeons.
We checked them out yesterday and they didn't say anything about fixing
I
that.
have an awful feeling.
Because, like, TLDR, what's happening there?
Like it used
I'm
to
fairly certain it's...
in your company.
They just have the probability of stats showing up, right? And they probably remove some of the stats. And certain stats, in this case weapon damage, just went over 100% of... Sorry. Just went over 100% chance of showing. And that's what's causing it. If I have to guess, that's what's happening.
Yeah.
But they didn't say anything about fixing it.
They can't all be winners, can they?
It could just be one of those things that they... Like, a lot of times, small things, they don't talk about them on the patch. How's the grand going, Mick? Well... Still don't have a good Banish Lord. Well, still gambling for one. Next season it's gonna be much easier though. Like, that's one thing that I see. I don't see a lot. Like, I see a lot of people complaining that things are getting nerfed, which, you know, fair to a degree. But I do believe a lot of people are just, oh, we are weaker, that's bad, nerfs are bad. When nerfs, when done properly, are actually quite healthy for the game. Like, let's say you create a character, one day later you're doing 125 in 3 minutes, that's probably not good. Right? Let's both agree. Let's all agree that that's probably not good. But yeah, you need nerfs. They just need to be done properly. There was one nerf that I didn't quite agree on, which was nerfing Banish Lords. I don't think Banish Lords was the problem behind the overpower stuff. It was mostly Dominate and Tidal to a degree. Mostly Dominate, though. Dominate was just way too broken. Yeah, one thing people didn't talk about was the fact that you can now... Oh, we're full. Ooh, that's not good. You can now roll... Okay, not now, but on the PTR, you can put the unique in here, and you'll be able to use Focus and Chaotic Reroll on it. It will be much easier for you to actually get the stats you want. I guess on that note, it does technically fix part of the problem with items not rolling certain stats. Technically it does also help there, right? Oh, indirectly, but yeah. People just... I don't think it's people not liking change. I think it's actually people don't like challenge. Let me actually wait for the ad just started playing. We'll finish this conversation in a second. Okay, you're bad. Ooh, 2 J rings. You're bad. that has nothing in it. It's kind of funny. Like we were talking about, it's not necessarily people not liking change. It's people not liking challenge, I would argue. Because a lot of people just want the game to be extremely easy. Which, like, I don't mind certain games being easy. Like, certain games, let's say you're playing like, you're playing Minecraft or something, right? Minecraft is an easy game, right? I don't think anyone is gonna argue Minecraft is really hard. There are certain challenges that you can make, sure, but Minecraft is an easy game because the focus of Minecraft is not being hard, the focus of Minecraft is creativity, right? Like, it's not a game that's there necessarily to challenge you. But the whole point of an ARPG is you start off as a pleb, right? You're a weak ass that can't do shit, and then you grind and you grind and you grind and eventually become a god, right? But even gods can lose, right? And that's the thing. You get to a point, like, if we don't have builds that can reliably farm T12, I'm there with you, they need to buff a bit. But when you have builds, like for example, the build I'm playing right now, I'm not even exaggerating, I'm overkilling everything in T12, maybe with the exception of Mephisto, by a magnitude of like 100 times more damage than the HP they have. AKA 10,000% more damage. Right? It's ridiculous. Like, at some point, it's ridiculous. And, you know, maybe it's a bit too much. Just maybe. Like, I'd like to play games that give me some challenge, right? I would like to, you know, I start playing the game, I get to torments, I farm a bit, I go up in 1 or 2 torments, I farm a bit more, and go up, and I start maximizing my build to push a bit of tower. Because, like, what's the point of tower if you just get there and you do 150? Well, you're done. And that's not necessarily bad, right? I do agree at some point you should feel done with the game. And that's one of the reasons I don't like the Transfiguration. Because it just makes you play the game to pull the lever like 1,000 times a day and hope you get something good. But at the same time, I do like a game that makes me... Because, like, Transfiguration doesn't make me want to get better gear. Transfiguration forces me to do it. It's kind of different, right? One incentivizes me, the other just kind of almost feel like it forces me to do it. But, like, it's always nice to have something to aspire to, as long as it's not a lever, right? I like something I can work towards too, not something where I'm just pulling the lever and praying I progress, right? That's the issue there. That's the big difference, I suppose. And some people just want to... Because I guess some people are just too used to D3. In D3, you basically boot up the game, you play it for like 3 days and you're done with the season. Maybe it lasts 1 week, but that's about it, right? You never play more than 1 week of D3. And a lot of people want that out of D4 as well. And it's just not what the game is trying to be. And again, there are some things that they're doing that is kind of forcing you to play longer that I don't agree with, like the Transfiguration. I really hate Transfiguration. I don't hate all Transfiguration. I do love the extra aspect on the amulet. I feel like it enables a bit more build variety, especially since it's not an offensive aspect. It's an utility one, which I do love. But, you know, the other part that you're just gambling forever for an upgrade, I do not enjoy. Oh, lag. Again, I like to be incentivized to keep playing. I don't like to be almost kind of forced to do it.
You still believe in victory?
Because one of them is you go into tower, you play the tower, and then you notice things and you try to optimize. But right now, you're just like, oh, I don't have gem strength. Why the hell am I even pushing tower? Kind of situation, right? I should only push tower once I actually get them gem strength, because there's no point, right? Without it, it's way too strong. I'm just missing out. Just finished fishing for gem memes, which took a while. Now I'll need to grind for cube gems too. Oh, there we go, Chaos Wave. So it is grim without the Chaos Waves. Which one is this? I think this is a seppuku moment. You gonna play PoE 2? Potentially. I still have not looked at the patch notes. I do have PoE 2 downloading in the background right now. I'll probably not play it for long, but I might just give it a shot until the PTR comes up. We'll see. Because I'm not gonna lie to you guys, like the whole gem transfiguration thing, especially that 200 mace, really burned me out a lot. And again, that's one of the reasons I really hate transfiguration. Is it just like, if you actually care about something like pushing, which needs you to get those transfigurations, that, even if you don't, that doing that and just failing and failing and failing and knowing you're just way over the odds and you just keep failing and failing and failing really burns you out from the game. Because at some point you're just playing because you just have sunk cost fallacy going on, right? You're just like, oh, I've already like wasted time doing 1000, what's 200 more? And then you are at like, oh, I've already wasted time doing 1.2 thousand, what's 100 more? And so on and so forth, right? And that's a really toxic cycle to be in. Another reason why I really hate the transfiguration thing. Did I get gem strength on every weapon? No, I've gotten it on my 200 weapons. On the other ones you want physical damage, which is still a bit too strong, I would say. A bit too strong, I would say. Okay, I forgot to clear those things. Whoops. And you too, friends. Thank you. Welcome to the channel. So when I keep getting one item quality rolls. Yeah, that is a bit troll.
Terrible. Nice.
them just trying to make a decent one. Been rolled all of them 151, 160. Wanna see something cool?
Had a sense of adventure.
Look at that bad boy. Look at it. It's modifiable, by the way. Look at that bad boy. Look at it in all its glory. Look at that bad boy. Huh? And I actually need an upgrade to my polearm. Like this one is like 160 something. It's kind of in roll as well. Fans just to realize that all the grind gem meme weapon only gives you 5 more levels in the pit. It's not even 5, it's only like 2.5 depending on the roll. I mean, I guess if you get 2 of them, yeah. How's it going? We're doing excellent. Just farming for Banish Lord a bit. How are you doing? But if I do end up playing... I didn't look at the patch notes. I'll probably just play Twist or Spark. That's kind of what I've enjoyed playing. I don't think we have swords yet in the game. I probably don't care about Druid. I've never cared about Druid in any single game, so... probably will be the same. Is this the class that you... I mean, both of them? But if you're asking about the build, no, this build does use life. We're not playing Salik here. Next season, you'll not have either though, so people will actually have to learn to play the game without all of it. Well, I think the gloves, sure. My Rama is kinda goated. My gloves are decent. I need a new pair of gloves. I've not found any to buy though. That's the one thing I'm really excited for Soul Self-Found. Because, like, it's really hard for me to be streaming and trading at the same time. Because, you know, trading is not like PoE where I can just put an item for sale and it will sell easily. So that's the one thing I will really like about Soul Self-Found. I don't have to worry, because like right now, if you want to push or stuff like that, for example, one of the reasons I'm not pushing right now, 2 of the reasons, is that my Banished Lord is bad. I'm trying to get a new one, and my Gores is also not the best. I want one without life and with vulnerable damage. But realistically, everyone else that's doing tower is buying gear, right? Is trading for gear. So if I don't do it, I'm just losing out on damage, right? But with Solo Self-Found, no one can actually trade, so that will not matter anymore, which will be nice. Can't figure out how to get to 500 HP with a slick build, stuck at 534. I know exactly why. You have this node over here. You have this node over here that's giving you life.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
I'm a bit skeptical if the Diablo community is actually gonna default to Soul Self-Found as the competitive the mode you should play if you wanna actually be competitive about tower, because you're always gonna have higher clears on the normal mode tower, right? Like 100%, like without question. It's just kind of what the mentality is gonna be in the community. Generally, I would not even worry about it, but I'm gonna be honest, as someone that's part of the D4 community, the D4 community tends to have really bad takes. So we will see.
That's it for that piece.
Those two items, I mean, I have them, but the fixes are not the ones that I need to get the class even better. I mean, Ramadladnis, to a degree, you can only get it, like, it's not super hard to get a decent one. Gores potentially is.
Quite the challenge, eh?
Curse this place. I'm being followed.
Or they have the ones I have. Bosses. You farm the Butcher for Ramadladnis, and you farm Grigor for the Gores. I just realized Grigor and Gores. Ah, makes sense. What tension do I have out? That's the wrong one. There we go. Max out the exploit. Do you max out the crusher for the mims? Nah, I'm gonna max out breath. Oh, I have one more. Wait a second. The barb class that I'm using is the one without life, and I keep getting it with a lot of max life, yeah. That's one of the reasons I don't recommend Selig. But now that we have resolve stacking, and you can get the same, if not better damage, by just not going Selig and resolve stacking. But it's much harder to gear for the Selig build. Like way harder. And like before the resolve stack patch, I was not playing it because I mostly disregarded pushing this season. Like actually hardcore pushing, because the leaderboards were just a mess, right? So I didn't even bother about it. But if you actually cared about pushing somewhat, or you just wanted to not have to worry about dying, you could just, you know, not do the... just do Selig and you'll be fine. But after the change, after the resolve stacks, I don't see any reason to go Selig. Oh yeah, let's actually... we're gonna do Mephisto without resolve stacks. So we're actually... if we actually run the Heavenly Might, would be like almost 2 million toughness, I think. But we're gonna try without it and see how we do. Oh yeah, this is bugged, right? I'm gonna bug him.
To think you all started here,
I'm totally gonna bug him, right?
born of light and of hatred. And to hatred.
Let's see if it bugs him still. No, it doesn't. It didn't. I mean, I still have a lot of damage. But granted, I did kill this boss without Limitless Rage. I think I did have Overpower at the time. But I didn't have Limitless Rage, and I didn't have Resolve Stack, and I did kill him. So let's see if I can still do the basic mechanics. Like, you're gonna have to live a bit longer next season. You're gonna have to live a bit longer. But honestly, the starting mechanics are the things that can get you killed if you don't do it properly anyway. Okay, you see this one? This is a bug. This one is a bug. As you saw there, it didn't do any attack. But for some reason, if you get close to Mephisto, while is on the start of that phase, you just get hit by something. Which is just bullshit. I wanted to... I did that intentionally because I wanted to test if it was actually... if they had fixed it or not. They didn't talk about fixing this either on the PTR, so we're gonna have to test it. But that's just bullshit, because normally you can get a bit of free damage in there.
You want the truth,
which you'll definitely... like, after the patch, when you have to basically try and get all the damage you can out, that would be a perfect opportunity for you to just get a bit of extra damage. But if that's not fixed, you're just gonna have to ignore it. Because you that hit there, even with Heavenly Strength, if you don't have shield, you're not tanking it. So normally what you're gonna do is, you're gonna do this, we just did, you're gonna wait, and then you go in and you do damage. He's gonna do a mechanic here, but we're gonna skip it now. You do damage until he goes out here, and then you do that whole shenanigan, and you do the... dodging the poison is the biggest thing here. He also does a blood thing. The blood thing is not too difficult to dodge if you pay attention to the cast. By the way, normally, if you come here to do Mephisto, you should teleport from an activity. So for example, you finish a pit, and you teleport to Mephisto, so you actually have your resolve stacks. Right now, we basically have 0 resolve stacks. I get some every now and again with Iron Skin, but we're intentionally doing it without stacks because if I don't dodge stuff, I'm dead, right? What would we die to? Right? I think it was one of those small beams, right? This is gonna be what doing Mephisto next season is gonna be like, by the way. Those small things, again, I could be slightly tankier. I could be a bit tankier by just running life tempers, by running the Heavenly Might. But I still have 1.2 toughness right now, which is where most builds are going to be about until they start getting a lot of gear. So this is how it's going to feel. Damage aside, because I'm one-shotting him, right? But you're gonna have to do all of these mechanics and not get hit by anything.
Burn from your eyes.
Which is one of the things I was surprised, because I was expecting the Salig and the Resolve thing to be killed. But I was also expecting a buff to survivability that we didn't get. Also, why did I take damage there? Did you guys see that? Wait, what? Okay, we're gonna do a fight here, I guess. Did you guys see that? I was standing over here, I didn't get hit by anything, I still took damage. Like, the Mephisto fight has a lot of bullshit, like, things that just damage you.
Scratch and bite, as though you could escape my grasp.
Bro? Right? The Mephisto fight has a lot of things like that,
So much
that you just randomly take damage.
spent,
And,
yet still
yeah.
my water.
You're gonna have to learn how to do those as well. Even though they are bullshit. There's... I was not even aware of that one. That one that we just took there, I noticed on the last one we did as well. I just randomly took damage, even though I was nowhere close to him. I didn't get hit by the poison waves, right? And I still just took a hit. For like 80% of my HP.
No power, but what I allow.
Okay. We dodge. And did you guys see what killed me there? It was one of the beams that came from behind him. And I got stunned because we don't have 100% unstoppable uptime. And I got killed because of it. Because, I mean, I would have died anyway because it came from behind him and I couldn't see it. So doing Mephisto next season is definitely gonna be interesting. Like, these two first phases are okay. Again, the second phase has a couple of damage there, but you can either not stand close to him, and the damage you take from far away does not one-shot you, so it's whatever. But that last phase, it's very hard for a melee, because you can't see a lot of the stuff. You will be able, once you actually get very good gear, you can tank those beams, right? You can tank them. I was barely surviving them with the Heavenly Strength before I swapped to Resolve. You can definitely do it. But it's not gonna be easy. Like, if you take two of them, you're dead. You can tank one of them, sure. Two of them are gonna get you killed. Regardless, you're just gonna have to learn to do it, because this is something I'm gonna submit feedback on the PTR. Because, like, the other ones It's probably fine, it's just kind of a situation of get good, I guess. Re-hardcore players now. But like, again, it's... You can see in a lot of stuff in D4 that they don't consider how a melee class is handling a certain mechanic. Like, how do you handle something that comes from behind the boss that you cannot see? Like, if I'm playing over here, I can see all the beams coming for me. They are not that fast. But if it spawns there behind the boss and I'm fighting him over here, it just comes through the boss, it's invisible, and whenever I can see it, it already hit me. And there's nothing I can do about it. Besides just not standing close to the boss, which, you know, I kinda have to as a melee. I don't really have an option there. So that's gonna be interesting to see. I just wanted to demonstrate it so you guys have an idea of what's gonna be. And remember, you're not gonna be one-shotting him next season. You will not have this damage. You'll be... Like, I think you'll have the damage to kill him in like 20-30 seconds. But you're gonna have to do a bunch of mechanics. And I still died a couple of times as someone that knows the mechanics, has done this fight without stack resolves and the Salig, right? And I still just randomly die. So, for all you guys that have been playing Salig since the season start, you guys are gonna be having a really hard time on that fight. Like, it's gonna be really annoying. Oh yeah, I need to gamble on the paladin, right? Yeah. Can you focus farm gems for escalation sigils? You can, but I think the dungeons are slightly more efficient. They're very close, but I think the dungeons are more efficient. Great, yeah. That's gonna be next season, Mephisto. Like, I think it's fine. Like, I think it's, I mean, they could nerf the damage in T12 by like 25%, I think. But it's not the worst. Like, around the world and stuff like that, it's fine. The other bosses are fine. I don't know about Lilith. But like Lilith, you don't really get hit. You're not supposed to get hit either. But Mephisto, again, you can dodge all of that. The thing is, especially on that last phase, that's gonna be the main problem for people, I assure you. Because you're just on the boss, and the beam comes through the boss, and you can't see it until he pops out on the other side, and you just get hit. That's what's going to be getting a lot of people killed, and they might not even realize what's going on. Right? Because I didn't realize for a bit until I actually, you know, took the time to look at what exactly was going on. I mean, hardcore players are screwed. I'm gonna be honest, next season if you're playing hardcore, don't play a Barb. Actually, if minions are still a thing, if the minion Barb is still a thing, you'll probably be fine. I mean, if you play that. But every other Barb build, don't play hardcore. You're gonna be struggling.
Greetings.
Gonna be doing a bit more Banish Lord's Gamb over here. I mean, next season we're probably just gonna be running legendary amulets, right? Unless you're playing Bleed, at which point you're running with the Eye of Gargara. We'll probably also be running Grandfather, low-key. Because, like, unless the crit... I'm assuming the crit chance is gonna be, like, either 10 or 15%. Maybe 20. And just that crit chance with, like, a strength and life roll will probably be reason enough to run the Grandfather. Because it's still a 120% multiplier. I don't think it's gonna be a great mythic, but it's gonna be a decent one. Getting one with the right stats, I don't think it's gonna be hard. Because they are always max roll, so you just need to get one with strength and life, which is very common. And then you just need to get critical damage, right? Which is kind of a 1 in 5 or something at that point. So as long as you get like 10 Grandfathers, you should get a good one. I do wonder if Chakra is gonna be worth it though. Maybe. Like, those skill ranks will potentially help a lot with... I mean, granted, you'd... They didn't touch Jarrett though, right? They nerfed all the general helmets, but Jarrett's they didn't touch. So you probably just default to Jarrett's. Because, like, Jarrett is very nice. It gives you a 50% multi, 3 resource per second, and 10 cooldown, right? 10% cooldown. Which will be very nice. Ooh, Banish Lords. Another one. Ooh, another one. Have you seen the Immortal Barb from Rob? If so, do you think it's a good build? If it's using... I have not... Like, I don't really keep up with it too much. If it's using the... If you're talking about Immortal, I'm assuming it's using the Endurance Fight Charm? No. I don't think there's any reason for you to be running Endurance Fight Charm. Like, just run, like, if you want to be immortal, like, you don't need to be immortal for anything in the game, by the way. Just the Selig, with a couple of damage reduction aspects, is more than immortal enough. And, like, if you go to Mephisto, which is something that you might want to be immortal for, sure. Just have a Banished Lord gloves as a backup that you slot in just to go and kill him. And then you swap off. Because it's just way too overkill, like insanely so. And you're giving up so much damage by not running Banished Lords. Oh yeah, I also think I don't know which one of them is, but like I know someone is also running. They're running Overpower without running Banished Lords on their quote-unquote immortal setup, and that's just dumb. Like, at that point, the damage you're gaining is meaningless. It's actually... No, you're probably not actually getting damage. Because you could just be running... You could just be running a bigger aspect over here. Like, you could just have channeling over here for 140, right? and you could just have crit damage, right? Just because we're running channeling, you just run crit damage, which should still be very good. And you'd run a 20% aspect on instead of blood boiling or whatever. And you also have to run Wrath of the Berserker instead of running Call of the Ancient, right? Which is better. Like, it might be slightly more damage, but again, just run Banish Lords. I don't know why. I don't know, it baffles me. Ooh. The other stats are not good. Do I want to save this? Not really. I can get more of them easily.
Taken apart, melted down.
Darius, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Mythic uniques are dead now. I don't understand why they limited the number of custom uniques you can equip. So many skill nerfs. They just... yeah, they limited the amount of the crafted ones. But if you drop them as mythics, you can still use them. It's just so you actually have to drop them instead of just crafting every single unique to mythic. Like, the crafting there is mostly just... if you need a specific one to enable your build, you can get it reliably kind of situation. And like they said, the mythics, the new mythics are here to stay. The crafting of the mythic on the cube might not be. Because it's really there. Like, I'm fairly certain the intention is just as a, you know... if you really need a certain unique to be better, you can make it better. But they don't want to do it on every single one, right? It's just there if you really need one for the build to work. Game is lagging so hard. Really? I didn't have any issues now. How do you farm so many enhanced primal... which one? Wait, which one are we talking about? Oh, whoops. Oh, this one? You have two options. Either you do roots, or you do escalation dungeons with material reserves. Both of them are good. Banish Shaman, so yeah, it's just better. Like, you don't need to be quote unquote immortal. By the way, the build is not even immortal. But yeah. And the one time you might want to, which is Mephisto, because there's a couple of bullshit things that you just have to either dodge or tank. You just run the thing here, or you just dodge them, you know? So it's... like, again, the only thing on Mephisto that's really bullshit is those things on the last phase. Like, you'll just get randomly hit, and you can't really blame anyone for that. And Salig without the Endurance Fate can still tank it easily. So yeah. Crit damage, 10 damage reduction while Berserking slot seal. Damn, that's really good. Right. Do 135 pit max right now, but I really want to try to get 140. But my damage isn't there yet. Still need gem strength. Yeah, at some point you just gem strength. You, like, if you really want to, you can try doing the freeze stuff. You'll need to get your crit chance better. And potentially run tool instead of the instead of Gar. But yeah. Yeah, that's more than enough. I'm just saying, if you want to do the freeze, you have to run the tool rune, because the dogs themselves don't work. And for that one, since you have to run the tool rune, I mean, I guess you could drop the dogs and just run exploit, and maybe the upgrade that gives Warcry vulnerable, that also works. Most freeze builds it on Maxwell? No, I don't have it there. Because it's really situational, and it's literally just for pushing. Like, you only really want to run it if you're trying to push, like, for top clears, for tower slash pit. And it's really clunky to play as well. Like, you need to remove all sorts of CC from your build, or else it's not gonna work. And you're just gonna be losing a bunch of damage. And considering how situational it is, and the fact that it's clunky as hell, I just didn't put it there. It's literally only if you want to try and take the Selig build to 150. That's the only reason to run it. Because, like, leveling glyphs, you're better off doing it by speed farming, which the freeze is bad at. Like, extremely so. I actually considered putting a text on the guy talking about it, but I decided otherwise, because there's already a lot of people, like, promoting it without talking about the caveat that a lot of people are already misguided and using it, even though it's not something they should be using it, because they are not doing content that actually needs it, so it just ends up being less damage. It sometimes allows you to do a big hit, but generally speaking, you're just gonna have way less DPS. I think Swaggy has a build about it, as a not necessarily a guide, but you have a planner there. I think it's on max roll. I don't think like on the public builds, I think. If that's something you really want to do, if you're gonna follow someone, follow that. Again, it's not a guide, but follow that planner. Because he actually knows what he's doing. Yo, I have one here. Okay, do I have enough resources to finish this? That's the question. Maybe. Oh yeah, I totally do. Okay. Almost didn't, but... What's up, Al? How you doing? Is 93 crit chance in town overkill? I mean, force a league? Potentially. Oh, you should. Oh, you're not playing Selig. You're playing Max Resolve. You should always do the Resolve. Okay, I don't have it here because this is the Paladin and I already have Resolve at other places. But yeah, you should definitely do Resolve. On my Barb, I have Resolve Masterworked. Like, you can get crit chance elsewhere, but that tankiness you can't really get elsewhere. Yeah. By the way, on the warplans, I don't talk about the root strat because I literally posted the video before people started talking about it. I do talk about it, saying it does have potential if people figure things out. And like literally hours after I posted the video, someone figured it out. I'm like, okay. But yeah, everything else is correct. Just that one part, it's not. At least not as correct. Oh, I still have 2 more. Banish Lords? No. Banish Lords? Ooh, we did get one.
Step up to my anvil.
Yo. My PoE is not updating. Sedge. Oh well. Did we get something good in here? Give me a get. Alright. Nope. Not really. Unlucky. If that was crit damage. Okay, and the Banished Lords will check on the Barb. Get, alright. That's a 4J Banished Lord. A really bad one. But it's 4J. Am I gonna push 150 pit for time? If I don't get a good Banished Lords, probably not. We might try doing a legendary amulet and Banished Lords as a charm. But I've not even been trying to get Banished Lord as a charm. So we'll see. If I get the good Banished Lord, 100%. If I don't, maybe not. Like, if I wanted to do 150, like I can already do 145 to 147 potentially. If I wanted to do 150 right now, I'll just put the freeze set up and we could do it right now. But that's kind of feels like a cop-out to me. I really don't want to do it with the freeze. Because I know the build can do it without freeze. I just need to actually get a decent Banished Lord. Like, I'm fairly convinced it can do it. But yeah, we'll see if we get there. That's decent enough, I think. Decent enough. That's a bit too low, right? Does have crit chance, I guess.
Welcome to my home away from home.
I need to put these things up for sale. I just can't really be bothered to trade. %, sell. Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I want to run... Like, I want to actually run Banish Lords here. But that's the issue with that. Actually getting one that's decent enough, it's the issue. Because having the multiplier there and then just being able to run a big multiplier over here, right? Is much better. But yeah. Because we can already run a 135 in 2 minutes-ish. Which means we can run a 140 in 4 minutes 30 or so. Maybe 4 minutes. And so that would scale to 145, 8-9 minutes. And 150 towards like 18 minutes, which of course is over time. But if we actually get the better Banished Lords, and I mean, a better Gores would help a lot, like rolling that life off for vulnerable damage would go a long way. That would definitely give us the last amount we need to cut those 3 to 4 minutes off. It's just a question if we can get the better Banished Lord or not. Because my problem is, I can't really craft the other... Because if I get cooldown on the Banished Lord, I can just get less cooldown on the rings and get more damage on the rings. If I don't get cooldown on the Banished Lords, I have to get more cooldown on the rings, right? And that's kind of what's holding me back a bit from crafting the rest of the gear as well. Because until I get the good Banished Lords, I'm very stuck there. Where can we see the Barbarian character items? Are you talking about my items or like what I'm running in the build? Because if you're talking about the items I've equipped, you can't really... There's no API in the game. So you can't really see my items on any site. Yeah, but that's also the one thing I'm having a lot of trouble this season. And that's why the crafting of uniques, it was one of the things I was gonna ask them on the sit down, but they just added it to the PTR. Being able to roll those uniques will make actually getting decent uniques so much easier. Because one of the issues right now, if you're running a unique, it's really hard to get one with all the stats you want. It's gonna be much easier next season, which I'm really excited for. Because you no longer have this situation where I'm farming for especially now. They didn't talk about the Banished Lords, the uniques being rare to get. I mean, again, I don't care about Banished Lords next season at all anyway, but whatever.
killers are likely still up.
Not convinced on the unique role upgrade since it uses the same dust for materials. I mean, again, you can farm that dust. It's not that hard. And you shouldn't have to roll an item that many times, right? Like if you want to try and get 4 out of 4 stats, perfect. Then yeah, it's gonna be a bit harder. But if you're just trying to get 3 out of 3 stats, it should not be hard at all. Get J is on Ancestral Unique Charms, yep. It's rare, but you can. Where can you see? I just asked you, what do you mean by that? Are you talking about what items barbs can get on each boss or something? Are you talking about my items? I don't understand what the question is there. I just fit the layer boss butcher, but it didn't count for the season quest. It just depends on what it specifies, but yes, there are other types of butcher. There is the butcher that ganks you, for example, right? On dungeons and stuff like that. It might be required that you defeat it on a certain difficulty as well. They don't boost the drop rate of the dust, managing nicks will get worse. I mean... Wait, how will it get worse? Like, it might not be as good as you wanted, but I don't think it gets worse, right? Because you just have an additional option now. Like, you could either farm them the old way, by just dropping and doing 3-to-1s, or if you get one with decent stats, you just change the rest of the stats. Too many changes with a lot of bugs and quality of life not getting addressed. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Like, the thing is, they could have... We're gonna be testing on the PTR. They could have patched bugs and just didn't put it there, because there's a lot of small things that they just don't put on the patch notes. Which I don't know why they don't, because people that are reading that patch notes are people that are looking out for that anyway. But hey. We will see. Can I see your barb item? Sure. Give me a second. I'm just gonna quickly over them, and then you can just pause the stream and see it. Yeah. Oop, oop. Oop, 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 oop. Okay, let's not die. What we got here? Materials again, probably gonna go there. Okay, nice. What cooldown reduction amount are you trying for? I need to have enough cooldown reduction to be able to sustain T-Bolt with Iron Skin alone. I actually need to test something. Potentially change the push it up a bit. The breakpoint number? I don't know the top of my head. Just need to get the iron skin down to 8.68, 69. And that point is kinda good enough. Yeah, look, an Azura. Oh! That's actually a good one. Yeah, we got a good Azurath for us to use if we want. You know what? If we have to use Ramaladness and Azurath, to what degree do I just not go dual wields? Because I already am forced to run 2 weapon damage, right?
How I've dreamed of this moment. Let us fight. That's the ferocity. How sweet the pain of destruction. Until next time.
That is a good question, actually. There is definitely a question there. I need to put this one apart. Hmm. Okay. I'm thinking. Can I make this work without T-bolts? How high do I need, like, Fury Gen to actually be able to run without T-bolts? Like, how high does it actually need to be? Because we need to counteract this. I don't think we need to counteract this. So we need to counteract Rama. And Whirlwind itself. Let's give that a shot. Because I've been thinking about potentially just using the... what's the name of this item? Blood Mad Idol Charm instead. Okay, you work, I guess. And I need a chest piece with resource gen. I could prep one of these, I guess. Yeah, okay. I can't masterwork resource gen though, because the masterwork needs to go into the resolves.
Oh, it is a waitress, isn't it?
Look at that. Yeah, you know what? Might as well. F it. If I can't sell it, I can. I mean, I could just equip it, Loki. I don't really need to masterwork it to have an idea. But I mean, because the masterwork is only +1, right? If I don't hit it, which we don't. We don't want to hit it, that's fine. Yeah, it's +1, so it doesn't really matter. Then instead of T-bolts, you'd run Pent. And this instead.
That is a scary craftsmanship.
Okay. And we're not running Crown of Lucian. And let's remove the... Would we be able to sustain Whirlwind with this? Because if we can, I can try a different approach here. That wouldn't need me to use cooldown, right? Okay, I'm slow as hell, but that's because... I I don't have movement speed here. We definitely can. Oh, but I have Starless. I need to be able to do it without Starless. Oh, we kinda can. And then we also have Lucky Hit helping out, right? Why the hell is my Max Fury so low though? Oh, I don't have Max Fury here, okay. 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 So the idea would be... Right, okay, let me actually open up the planner here. Where's the... Firefox, there we go. It's not picking up the right... There we go. So the idea would be, let's duplicate this one. NJW, thanks for the follow to stream. Because then you don't need Iron Skin, right? You don't need to proc Unstoppable. We are barely keeping up enough, but I think it's good enough, right? You then just take Fury Regen over here. You would drop T-Bolt. I just don't know if you can sustain all the damage you're gonna be taking here. But maybe you can. I guess you go here. Oh, you can get 8. Okay, that's good. And then you just run Heavenly Strength over here, right? Which should give you an insane damage reduction. Which would give you, like, a really good amount of survivability. At which point... I mean, that... I mean, alternatively, also, instead of running that... You also have the option of running shout skills durations are increased. Which... It's not flat out as good. I don't know. I got Mythic Tali as minus set piece, and the idea for builds that could play it. Minion build. On Barb, the minions. Other than that, I uses 2 sets. Okay, we have 2 options here. Because that, okay, then what we can do, right, is we can drop cooldown for strength, not percent strength. We can drop cooldown for strength, and then we can have vulnerable damage as the GA to increase our damage a bit. We can then also have more resource on Lucky Hit here to make sure we proc our Limitless Rage more often. Then we don't need cooldown here. We can just go for strength as well. Same thing over here, right? Yeah, there we go. I mean, this should, like, if you have gem strength, you should start swapping all the fizz damage for strength on your rings and amulet and gloves, because the amount of thing you get from here is just insane. This charm would swap by critical damage, right? We don't have critical damage here. Okay. Just damage, I guess. Maximum Fury. We don't have enough Maximum Fury, I think. We just go damage. Then you'd need... This is something I've already been doing, because I noticed it's really hard to get the crit chance that I need. So you'd have to swap all of this to crit chance. Fairly certain all of them need to be crit chance, like... I'm not even gonna double check that. Let's see, how much do we have here? Oh yeah, it's because the base stats, the stats is giving way too much crit chance. This is correct. I personally also have crit chance on the Rama, which means I can actually drop the 200 expertise and run 200 mace, which is slightly better. Can alternatively also get crit chance on the rings, right? Which is very good. I'll still need to get something like this. Oh yeah, and we'd need to change Crown Evolution for... what's the... Blood Mad Idol, right? The cool thing with that is that we can drop the... we can drop this aspect. We don't no longer need anger management. And I think we have two options here. We either run... what's the name? Is it Texas? No. How did you swap? Yeah, it's Earth Strikers. You either run Earth Strikers and you run Heavenly Strength over here, or alternatively you run you can run what I'm running here, Booming Boys, but then I really think you need to run the Fortify thing. The Embattled aspect here to be able to keep up with healing. First 140 pit complete. Congrats. Just did the second dungeon, escalation sigil, and killed the boss, and just teleported me to a stronghold. Yeah, that's a bug. It's getting fixed next season. But yeah, you need to just clear the stronghold. If the dungeon upgrades to one that you don't have unlocked, because a stronghold is there, it will just tip you out and cancel the escalation. Every time that happens, just clear the stronghold, and eventually you'll clear all of them. But yeah, this is possible technically, right? Then you wouldn't need back care. Hmm. You can run back home to get more Warcry. We do have that option. This would potentially be easier to set up as well. I could alternatively just buy like a Blood Made Idol, like with really good stat, and just run it instead of the Banish Lord. That would be funny. Yeah, this is an idea. I'll save that for now. Because this definitely works, just a question if it's good enough or not. Does suck, because this is quite good already. Oh yeah, what stat would I drop for Fury? Ooh, that sucks. There's no good stat here to drop, right? I mean, you would just drop Warcry ranks. Right? Because you could drop movement speed for the push setup, I guess. You don't need that much movement speed there. Like, if you really want to, you just masterwork the movement speed. Because you don't really need to masterwork the Fury. Okay. Oh yeah, and what other skill would you run? Oh yeah. Because you don't need Iron Skin anymore, right? So what other skill would we run? Do we just keep Iron Skin still? Just for the shield every now and again and unstoppable? We would still have like a 14-second cooldown though. Would there be any other? I don't think so, right? There wouldn't really be any other skill that would, yeah. Actually, we could run Frenzy to be able to snapshot the attack speed from the Ferocity stacks. That is an option. Huh. Okay. I'll let you think about it. The Backlash after Season 2 massive nerfs. If I recall correctly, they said they would never do it again. They haven't learned their lesson. I don't think it was the wrong thing to do. There are some nerfs that maybe were a bit too much, but we needed nerfs. Like, we're just doing way too much damage. Like, I know some people will not like to hear that, but nerfs are not bad if they're done properly, and at least like on the Barb case, besides Banish Lords, I don't think they needed to nerf Banish Lords. Banish Lords I think was too much. But generally speaking, I think the nerfs were properly done. Oh, I'm missing... Oh, I don't have my... Whoops. There we go. Might be missing something else, but... What was I saying? Oh yeah. Like, nerfs if done properly, like, you need to do nerfs. Like, having builds that can, especially for example socks, right? Having a build that can do 150 in 2 minutes is not good. Like that, that's way too strong, like way too strong. Like whenever you have something like that, yes, they're gonna leave it for the season, but of course they're gonna nerf it at the end. Right? Okay, I definitely screwed something up here. I'm definitely missing something here. Have everything correctly? Yeah, I think... Okay, whatever, I might be missing something. But like, people... Okay, the thing is, nerfs are what's best for the long-term health of the game. Because you can't have a game like that. Because let's say you give a small seasonal power, you'll be doing even more damage, right? For example, the mythics upgrading the uniques now having mythics and being a bit stronger will make us stronger overall. Without nerfs, that would just make us even stronger than we already were, which is ridiculous, a ridiculous amount of strength that we already have, right? And if you never nerf anything, you're just gonna have power creep, like an insane amount of power creep, right? If you never nerf anything. The thing is, a lot of people don't like nerfs because they feel weaker the next season. Sure. But do you just want the game to eventually just be you log in? Because that's what happened with Diablo 3, right? At some point, Diablo 3 just became a game that you log in, the week it comes out, by Sunday you're just done with the game. Right? Is that what you want Diablo 4 to be, right? Because that's what happens if you don't deal with ridiculous damage scaling. Holy, that was a lot of damage. I hate these bubbles that just disable abilities. Like, as long as I can log into the season and I can get... Of course, some builds will just be weaker. I do agree that they missed the mark on also bring some other builds up 100%. But I don't think the nerfs are wrong. Again, besides the Banish Lord one, I think the Banish Lord was overkill. The problem with Overpower is not Banish Lord. Banish Lord was on the amulet was a 216 multiplier, assuming you invested into Overpower. That's like you normally expect like an amulet to be like a 130, maybe 150 multi, because you normally put a good aspect there, right? So something being slightly better than that because you actually invested into it, I don't think was way too strong. I think that was fine. The fact that you could get 4,000 additive from Overpower, I think that one was the problem there, you know, which was nerfed. 100%. I think honestly they might have gone a bit over, but that one was way too problematic. It needed to go. But the Banish Lords I think was a bad one though. The change they did to Tidal was decent as well. It still exists, but it was moved from offensive to utility, which I think makes a lot more sense. But they did fail to buff some of the, you know, not as performing abilities. But we're still gonna have bar builds clearing 125 plus next season. I can tell you that without a shadow of a doubt. Because like we're already at bar builds clearing 150 and, you know, quick numbers here. So after pit 110, the scaling is 127 per pit, right? 27% more life per pit level. So let's see if we could clear a 125, right? We're already at bar builds clearing 150 tower with some time to spare, right? But let's just assume they are barely clearing it. We would have what? Elevated to 25, right? It's a 3093 damage. Times damage, right? That we have there. When you look at it this way, the damage you're losing on our Limitless Rage, right? The damage we're losing from Overpower, and that's kinda it, right? It's not really gonna make us go that down. Like, realistically speaking, Limitless Rage is... And Gem Strength as well. We're losing Gem Strength, but Gem Strength, we're gonna go down like 2-3 pit levels with that. Overpower, probably around 5 or so. And Limitless Rage, so Limitless Rage... I mean, we're gonna go from... it's... how much is it again? So it's... wait... It's 3 per stack and we have 300 stacks, right? So that's a 900, right? Yeah, 900. So we're going from a 10 molt divided by 1.7, because we can still get the 70... No, we can still get the 140% multi there, right? So that's a 7 times that we're losing there. 7 times damage. Right? We are losing another... Let's be charitable. We're losing another 2 times damage from the Gem Strength nerfs. So to actually... And then we're losing Overpower. But look at the difference here. We'd need to lose... how much would that be? I guess we can just do 393 divided by 14. We needed to lose another 28 times damage from Overpower to go down to 125. I don't think we're losing that much from Overpower. And you also need to remember that we're also getting damage from the uniques next season, right? again, because, for example, Air Prediction is going away, because you're not going to use this, you're going to be running Jarrets, right? Which is very nice. Rusted Berserker might be the default ultimate, which might give us a bit more damage. Regardless, you're losing a bit of damage here, but you're also gaining damage across all the other uniques, right? So Gorse is going to be better, T-Bolt Rama is going to be better. If we use a unique helmet, a unique thing is going to be better here. Grandfather is probably going to stay somewhat the same. The crit chance is very nice. Starless will still stay somewhat the same. Potentially, actually, Starless might be stronger. It might be hard to get a good Starless though. As like a good Grandfather, it's going to be hella easy. Because you're just going to want Strength and Life, which will appear like 9 out of 10 times. And then you just gotta hope you also get crit damage. But even if you don't get crit damage, getting physical damage is still fine. And it's not a big deal, right? Are we finally going to be free from air? Yes. Air Prediction is going to be a 50% multiplier. So yeah, you're just going to run Jarrett, which was not nerfed, and it's still a 50%. Gives you 3% resource per second and 10 cooldown, right? It's really good. But yeah, like how much? Even if we assume overpower is 10 times the damage, which I don't believe it's true, we'll still be at what? So divide this by 10. This is how do we do this now? Divide by 1.25? No. Wait. How do you actually, I can't remember how you math this. Oh, I can't do it here. I don't have the, I need to do the square root of this number by 1.27, but I don't think I can do it here. Oh, you can do it the other way around by, so this is the number we have here, right? So that's 1.27, okay, let's, 1.27 elevated to 4 or 5, I think. No, it's 4, okay. 1.27 elevated to 4. Yeah, that's close enough to this number, right? So you'll still be doing 120, maybe 130 even with builds that are doing 150 right now. So again, you'll still be farming T12 on a lot of barb builds. It's not gonna be like, it's kind of the same thing when they nerf the earthquake, which one they nerf? Oh yeah, they nerfed tech by half, and people are going crazy. Oh, we're losing so much damage, Barbie's dead. Guess what? Earthquake was still the meta next season. Because losing half of your damage is not as much as people think. Losing half of your damage is basically 3 pit tiers. Because damage scales exponentially, right? Because it multiplies with a bunch of other sources, right? So it was actually not as much as people thought. Same thing here. It's not as much as people are thinking. Like, yes, we're gonna be weaker, we're not gonna be doing 150, I'm fairly certain. But we'll still be fine. You'll still be farming T12 on at least a couple of bar builds. Like, Whirlwind Stables will be farming T12. Charge will still be farming T12. Rend, I believe, will still be farming T12. And especially those dot builds. Dot builds are probably going to be the meta next season. Especially Bleed, I think. We might even be playing a Bleed. I mean, it's not necessarily going to be Bleed Whirlwind, because it's going to be using Rupture a lot. But, yeah. Will we be stronger than other classes? Will we be as, like... Right now, Barbarian is basically the second best class. Exploits aside. It's basically the second best class behind Sork. Torque is the best class right now. It only has one good build, I think. Again. But at least one really strong one. But it is better than Barb, and then we have Barb. Next season, for example, I think Paladin is gonna be better than Barb. Actually, wait, how many uniques does Paladin use? Paladin doesn't actually use a lot of uniques, does it? No, it doesn't. You know what? Maybe Barb will not be too bad. Because the more uniques you use next season, the better off you'll be, I think, right? Because you can just get stronger powers from them. So we're gonna be running Jarret, which is a unique, so you get 50%, 30% increased effect there. So instead of being a 50, it's like a 66% or something, right? Multiplier. And if the effect also applies to cooldown and the Fury, it's gonna be a 4 Fury per second and 13% cooldown, which is very nice. I don't think you'll be running, at least we're talking about the Devil's Barb here. You'll still be running Gores, you'll still be running Rama. So those ones will give you a lot of damage. It's a shame we no longer have resource on the Grandfather. I don't think you can roll resource there anymore. But yeah, that's something that they didn't talk about, right? Will you be, like, for example, on Starless, will I still be able to roll core skills? I'm assuming no. Crit chance you can still roll for sure, because crit chance is on rings by default, right? But I don't think you can roll any stat that's not there by default. Which kinda sucks, but hey. Like, Grandfather would be much better if you could roll resource there, but hey. You're gonna be running Jarrets with resource as well, and then you're gonna have resource on the chest. Ramaladness is just gonna be incredibly good. Like, cause it's gonna go from 0.50 to 0.66, right? Have I seen that people are switching from Starless Skies to just another legendary? Yeah, for push. I also recommend that on the guide if you go to the push setup. I'm not using a Starless. I also don't use it on the end game. And the reason is simple. It's more damage to not run Starless. Like being able to get vulnerable damage multiplier and crit damage multiplier, it's much more important than the 50%. And you can get a 60% aspect as well, right? Technically I'm running a 70 here, but you can get a 60 instead of the Starless. So it's just more damage. If your build can run without Starless, it's just more damage. What's the point of pushing tower? None. Max Roll dislikes you? Wait, why? Do you just... Is the site just not working for you or something?
Could you spare a moment?
Not on tower though. But yeah, for pit you do get more glyph upgrades. On tower is just because. Pushing tower does not really give you much. I mean, technically next season it's gonna give you some gear. Depending on your rank, I guess. But I don't expect it to be too much gear, regardless. Can I show... Oh, my two-handers? I mean, sure. This one, pretty good. Pretty solid. This one... it's okay. I would like to get a better one, but I probably will not. Wait. Oh, okay. Thought I had bugged it for a second.
Excellent find.
Those from Seekers, that's what I'm missing to do 100 trillions? No, not really. You can, like, with the setup I have on the speed farm, you can do up to like 125 trillions without gem strength. So I was doing those without gem strength. After I got the 2 gem strengths, I started doing 500 trillion, which is like max hit, which is very cool. Ooh. Okay, one of this is fake, wanna bet? I'm gonna get there and one of this is gonna vanish. What's up, Paz? How you doing? Oops, dismounted. Glyph levels? Yeah, glyph levels eventually add up to give you a lot of damage. Just depends on how much damage you're missing. If you're doing like 70 trillion, it could just be the glyph levels. At that point, it could just be the glyph levels. I mean, if you're only doing 30 trillion, I mean, then you might just be missing something there. That's what, a 2 times damage thing that you're... 3 times. Could just be that you're not stacking up your limitless rage because you don't have enough lucky hit resource. Oh yeah, if you're doing Salig, then yeah, 30 trillion is okay for Salig. For non-Salig, you can do a bit more. Max, I'm not talking about max rage. A limitless rage here. You need to build it up. But it doesn't build up with resource gen. So you need the resource on lucky hits, on the rings, right? And amulet. To actually proc it. And get a bunch of stacks. Okay, I got enough, I don't care. Yeah, wanna see one of this is gonna... Well, it's gonna poof. I don't know which. One of them is gonna poof, I guarantee you. Okay, maybe not. Wait a second. The other one's not... Is this... Okay, is this the one time a chest is not gonna poof in front of my face? Just because I said it would? Because I don't know why. So, yeah, okay, it's not disappearing. I guess I was wrong. Yeah? Gotta know when to admit you're wrong, I guess. Because sometimes I go up to a chest and I'm about to loot it. And it just vanishes. Just vanishes in front of my face. And yeah, it's very annoying. Okay, there we go. All whispers done. Can get out of here. 30 trillion is still low for Soligs. I'm not talking about the freeze and I'm not talking about gem strength. Right? And I'm not... Because the thing is, with the freeze, there's technically no max damage. You can't really talk about how much you can't evaluate how good their damage is by the hits you do on a frozen enemy. Because if I want, I can just freeze an enemy for 2 hours straight, and then I'll be doing negative numbers. Alright? So, okay, maybe not quite negative numbers, but you get the point, right? Without spirit shenanigans and without power, gem strength, I mean, 30 trillion on Solig is very decent. Ideally, you can still go up to 50 trillion, but yeah. It's exact. I mean, there's something you're missing. Just not. It just might not be quite quite as straightforward to notice. Because I'm playing the same exact build. If you give me your battle net, I can take a pic to your gear. Not quite. Not quite. It's, considering you're only missing like 3 times damage, only, quote unquote, it's likely one thing. It's likely not multiple, it's like just one thing you're missing, if I had to guess. It's probably not a lot. I mean, vulnerable damage here, right? Vulnerable damage is a lot of damage. Okay, it's probably multiple actually, just multiple small things. The more I'm looking at this. For example, on this setup, don't run cooldown. Also, you should be masterworking vulnerable damage here. Yo, you got the better Banished Lords than I do. It's just a bunch of small things, it seems. I mean, for example, right? Your Rama is not 0.50. You're missing strength over here, for example, right? It's just a bunch of small things. You're missing strength, you're running physical damage multi instead of strength, which strength would be better. Your gems are not the max rank, right? Is that the rank before? They're close to, but that's still some damage there. You should be running either strength or fist damage here, right? That cooldown is not really doing anything for you on this setup. I mean, yeah, that's not helping. This is fine. This is quite good, actually. But yeah, you're missing a good amount of vulnerable damage. You really need to masterwork this vulnerable damage. Missing vulnerable damage here. You're missing it on the gloves as well, which I don't have either. So, you know, but yeah. You're missing max resource here. This max resource is not GA. That's a bit of damage there. It's just a bunch of small things here. You also don't have the max gems here for strength as well. It's just a bunch of small things. The biggest one, as far as I can tell, is probably this Rama. But yeah. Oh yeah, this aspect is also not maxed out. Yeah, it's just a bunch of small things, like not max aspects, right? It's just a bunch of small things. That together with okay, so I'll just repeat, but regardless, it's just what I was saying, it's just a bunch of small things. Vulnerable is valuable physical damage. No, the physical damage from the cube, the one that you get from the transfigures, it's much more valuable than anything else. But regardless, you want to get a bit more vulnerable damage wherever you can. You should masterwork vulnerable damage here, and you should roll that cooldown off to either strength or fist damage. Either or is fine. Like, fist damage will probably be better until you actually get gem strength. Oh, you're missing life here. Rip. Is this a... Yeah, this is a polar. Wow. Yeah. Missing strength here instead of fist damage. And you're also running a 0.49 one instead of a 50. Again, the aspect could be slightly better. It's just a bunch of small things. That's fine. You don't need a new ring. Or wait, is it? Oh, it's unmodifiable. Yeah, because you don't need cooldown for the speed farm setup. For the pushing one, yes, you do want cooldown. But for the speed one, you don't. For the speed farming setup, you don't need cooldown. Oh, like, this guard is fine, by the way. This is similar to the one I have, I think. Yeah, mine is not much better. It's basically the same. But you do have a better Banish Lords than I do. My Banish Lords is, not the best. Definitely not the best. Could be better. Am I tripping? I also used I also used cooldown for the push setup because I need cooldown for the Iron Skin. I might not use it going forward because I'm working on a different push setup. But yeah. I'm not sure you have the speed farm overpower and the Slig overpower. Can you explain the difference in playstyles? It's not necessarily a playstyle difference as much as it is a gear difference. Artorius, thanks for the prime, really appreciate it. Yeah, you're welcome. But yeah, it's not so much a difference in playstyles, it's just a gear difference. Like before, I wouldn't have Selig if I didn't have a Selig before the Resolve came out. Because right now, I don't think there's any reason for you to run Selig. Realistically speaking, I really don't think there's any reason to. The only reason I still keep it is because people are already playing it at that time, and I just don't want to pull the rug from under their feet kind of situation, right? Because it's really hard to swap from one to the other, because you just have to get literally a whole new set of gear, which is annoying. So that's kind of why I still have it there. If we have the Resolve stacking from the beginning, I'll probably not have a Selig variant, but speaking of your Slig overpower, why do I use lunging? Because it's kind of a flex spot. I'm using lunging. I also recommend other options you have. That 6 skill doesn't really matter too much. Like, technically you could also run Iron Skin and run in Beaver, but I'm not gonna recommend in Beaver for people. That's just way too annoying. Well, let me, before I forget, or else my friends list is gonna be full one of these days, and it's gonna be a problem. Let's actually get more of this. We go again. Mythic? No. I don't have another one, right? I don't. So I guess we go this.
A sound strategy. Let's see it done.
Oh, you sent me this message before I repeated, right? Yeah. Yeah, we got a treasure train. Cool. Wait. We just got a... Wait a second. Yo, Listless, thanks for the follow and prime as well. Really appreciate it. Is he want to get up for farming, not gonna lie? Yeah, I mean... You're getting lucky. Like, for example, getting a Rama without life is a pain in the ass. The repeat? Oh, you didn't hear the repeat? Okay, so get a better Rama with strength and max roll on the thing, right? Literally just improve your gems a bit. It's just a bunch of small things. Improve your gems a bit, improve your aspects. I saw a lot of your aspects were not max rolled, especially the Limitless Rage one was a 2.9. That's a bit of damage you're missing there. Swap the ring for one with ideally GA vulnerable. And don't get cooldown, you don't use cooldown there, right? Just get either strength or fist damage, either or is fine. If you can get the better guards, your guards are very decent already. If you can get one with vulnerable damage as well, that would be great, but I know it's a bit hard, so that one is fine. Ideally get a chest piece with resource, that would improve your damage a bit. What was the other one? Oh yeah, and the gems. We already talked about the gems, right? The gems will increase your damage a bit as well. The glyphs and a bit more Paragon will also increase your damage a bit. Like, considering you're doing 30 trillion, I think it's just a bunch of those small things adding up that's actually... I mean, also look at your charms, right? Like, getting charms with martial skills is really important. And all stats to unlock some of the other things. Because I can't inspect your charms either, right? Oh yeah, I'm also messing around. I don't have this one on the guide yet. I'm messing around dropping all of the damage per overpower because I'm gonna have to do this for the push either way, so I'm just doing it right now. I don't know how good it is for the speed farm, but I'm just basically dropping... Since I managed to get basically max roll on this, I'm just dropping all the damage per overpower except on the gloves, right? I dropped all of them for crit chance. I haven't done it yet here because, first of all, I don't need it for this setup. Second, I can't, it's unmodifiable. But I'm also been messing around with it to be able to run this as well, which is potentially giving me a bit more damage as well. But when I was doing 100 trillion, I was not yet using this either. But one thing I do want to emphasize here, you will not be doing 100 trillion hits all the time. That will be the max hit you'll be hitting. You'll not be doing 100 trillions all the time, right? That will be with all the buffs up and max limitless rage going on and all of that. It took me over 100 butcher skills to get one with max life. What? Ah, I was just getting lucky that... Just all stats and martial? Yeah. You want 2 with all stats and the rest martial. Technically, you don't need the all stats ones. But they are not bad damage-wise when compared to the martial, and they do make you tankier because they unlock a bunch of rare Paragon points, right? Giving you a bit more armor, a bit more life, a bit more resist, right? So I prefer to go that way because damage-wise they are very close, and they just make everything else much easier, right? And you also get a bit of additive around there, but because of the damage per overpower, right? The additive is kind of meaningless, but hey. Got run without weapon damage, unfortunately Cube replaced it with life on hit. Wait, did you actually get one without weapon damage? I knew it was theoretically possible, but I've never actually seen it. That's the first person I've heard say that. Okay. That's interesting. So you mean to tell me it's not actually 100%, it's just 99.999% that's gonna be weapon damage? Interesting. Oh, Cube rolled it out. Oh, I thought you meant the Cube rolled it out and just gave you... okay, sorry, I meant the Cube bricked your item. I thought that's what you meant, but it didn't have the thing in the beginning. Well, unlucky. Rip Dream. Holy shrines. How many shrines are here? The Jesus. The Maxwell build doing great, especially in my hardcore character. Nice. Glad to hear. I'm assuming you're playing the Selig, right? I mean, for hardcore, you should just be playing with Selig, realistically. Because the thing with Resolve is that it's very close when it comes to tankiness, but it does have that moment at the start of pits and stuff like that, that you are not that tanky, right? And the Sadiq always has the same tankiness, generally speaking. One useless thing for another useless thing? I mean, yeah, I guess. They're both useless at the end of the day. I mean, technically life on hit is slightly more useful, I would argue. But yeah. One more. Where can I find... what spec? Like my gear? Can't really find it anywhere, I guess. There's no way to get API into the game. At least for now. I mean, if you just want to see the build I'm running... Like, I'm very close to that. I'm running the speed farm variant there. I'm very close to that, but, you know, worst. Like, I literally just have worst gear. Right? Because look at this. Poor guy. Really bad. But what can you do? What were we doing? Oh, yeah. Escalation. This build better than Immortal Barb. It does have more damage, yes. Like way more damage than the Immortal Barb. Because there's no reason to be that tanky. Literally. Like...
The old Zakharun church is supposed to be empty, but I heard bells tolling. They called to me, splitting open my dreams. A call that demanded an answer. I must release them.
You can... Sure, just drop your battle net. I can take a pick.
There is no escape. It's hard to think when the ringing of those damn bells fills my head.
Ooh, good set charm. Oh no, that's the resource one. It is not ancestral, right? Yeah. No. What we got here? I guess we go for Obels. Actually... Nah. Doubles would not really help me a lot right now, I guess. I mean, I could gamble for pole arms, I guess. I could gamble for pole arms. Oh yeah, let me see if I can start updating the PoE launcher. Oh. I love the Mog. So casual. Oh, you're still playing the endgame setup. I'd recommend that you... Are you... Okay, one thing... Okay. One thing... I mean, you're gonna have to learn this the hard way, I guess, now. Don't transfigure your gear this early on. Because you didn't really gain anything from this, and now it's unmodifiable. And you're gonna have to get a newer perdition. Right, same thing for everything else over here. Luckily, none of them are that great, I guess. Oh, you're not running T-Bolts though, so I guess... Yeah, you don't have enough Fury regen, do you? I mean, maybe you do? Depends on the charms you're running. I mean, but yeah. Ooh, oh yeah, weapon damage. Yeah, weapon damage here. Useless. I guess you just don't have better gear. Yeah, because you're also not running the ugly, Lucians, right? I mean, again, oh, you're actually running this one as your main. Yeah, you're running that as your main. Again, for example, I guess it doesn't matter for the Grandfather, but one thing I will recommend you, don't transfigure your items until you're at the stage that you know you're gonna keep them. Like, if you get something very decent like this Era Perdition with core skills, don't transfigure them, because more than likely you're not gonna get anything, and it's just gonna make the item modifiable, and that just means you'll need a new one, right? Like, Transfiguration very rarely will ever give you something that good anyway. But yeah, regardless, start farming TLDR, start farming a Banish Lord. You're like, there's only so much that build will do for you, right? That's why I advise people, whenever you can, swap to an overpowered setup, because you're just gonna get so much more damage. Just start leveling your Dominate Glyph, right? I think I have it over here. Yeah, this one. Start leveling it up to like 100 or something. And get the Banished Lords. It can be a very shitty one, it doesn't matter. Just get a bunch of amulets. Ancestral ones, ideally. You come over here, you remove their stats, alright? And then you just upgrade them to unique and hope you get the Banished Lords. Ideally do this on a Paladin though. Just create a level 1 Paladin, it doesn't matter. Give them the things you need. And upgrade it on a Paladin because it's a 1 in 5 instead of a 1 in 9 in Barb. Just get that Banished Lord and then you can swap to an overpowered setup, which will be much better. You'll be tankier and you'll be doing a lot more damage. That being said, you're gonna need to get a new chest piece. You're gonna have to get T-Bolts at some point. And you're gonna need a new air prediction, because you need to swap the defenses. And a new chest piece, actually. Oh, I already mentioned that, yeah. Like, there's... On this setup, there's a lot I could tell you to improve, right? There's a bunch of things I can tell you to improve here, I'm sure. But, for example, but like, you're... At this point, you only have so much gear, right? For example, one thing here... Resource on lucky hit. You don't have any resource on lucky hit. Which means... where is the... This Limitless Rage here is doing nothing for you, basically. On, like, whenever you are facing a boss or something, you're not actually stacking this Limitless Rage fast enough for you to do anything. That's why on the guide I don't even put it here, I have it on the amulet, I think. Because it just doesn't give you enough. But regardless, just farm the Banished Lords and swap to it, because it's not worth investing into this setup long term. I just have it there because I know it can be hard to get a Banished Lord. Like, it's a bit harder to get the Banished Lords than it is to get Mythics. So that's kind of why I don't put it on the default setup, right? Because it's just harder. Surprisingly, but it is what it is.
A legendary. Yeah. An X. Nice. Next.
Why would you care if it's not modifiable? Once it's masterwork and temper, what's the point of keeping it that way? While you're... Because it's clearly in an early setup, right? I'm not talking when you're on the later setups and you already have everything. It's clearly on an earlier setup where things are gonna be changing depending on the gear it gets. It's gonna be constantly updating its build, right? And locking your item for a very minimal potential upgrade that doesn't even give you that much is not worth it. It's way better to keep your items modifiable so you can adapt to things. For example, that Terror Perdition, he can no longer use that Terror Perdition to either swap to Salig or to the overpower setups, right? That Terror Perdition is done. He's gonna have to get a new one. Right? Early on in the season, it's definitely not worth it. Unless you have if you have a backup, 100% do it. Sure. If you don't have a backup, don't. Because then you're just screwed. You can't swap until you get a new one. And again, the improvement you get, not only is the rate of improvement really low, the improvement you would actually get, it's not even worth it at the end of the day. It's like the flexibility is so much better. Like early on, it's just better to be flexible. Oh, is this good enough for me to craft on it? Nah, not really. If that was strength instead of life, I would consider it, but whatever. Can I easily kill Mephisto with your build? Yeah, I one-shot him. Just depends. I normally still dodge stuff. But you can definitely just get... You do have to TP... Like, if you want to face Stunkum, to face Stunk stuff there, you have to TP from after you finish an activity. Because if you TP back to town with Resolve, you just lose all your Resolve whenever you TP to town. And you don't really build it fast enough on bosses. You can only sustain it on bosses. So, if you do plan to do it on bosses, you should... Okay, not good. You should just TP there. Right? From outside of town. It doesn't really matter from where. As long as you're able to build your stacks on that activity, which is basically anything else, you'll be fine. Oh, you survived. What did you get? Item quality.
Welcome Welcome to my home away from home.
Okay, put these things in here. That one takes a lot, then level that gem. Can you check my barb upgrades? I'm struggling on damage, very squishy. Sure, give me a second. Just get in the stock and it's locked, I mean... Sure. I mean, at this point, I'm so over it. I'm so desensitized, you know? Like, okay. And just go next. Let's keep going 9% are gonna skip before they hit big. I mean, yeah, look at this. I kept gambling for almost 3,000 and I eventually got this one. So, yeah, 100%. True.
Oh, it is a very pity to break another's work.
Other talismans, I see. What do you mean by other talismans? I'm running the Sasron's Fury. I think this is the one I recommend on endgame as well. You're still 30, Polarms. Oh, you sweet summer child. You sweet summer child. Oh no. He doesn't know. He doesn't know the pain he's about to endure. Oh no. You're still using Crucible? Yeah, that's... Yeah, swapping will increase your damage a bit as well. You probably have 100 plus, yeah. Think more 500, but yes. More like 500. So this is... wait, what? What is this? Why do I have Lakit over here? I mean, I can tell you why you're dying right away. You're missing 12 stacks of resolve here. That's a massive one. A lucky hit chance is not helping at all here. I know it sucks because it's a 3GA with a good quality roll, but yeah. Missing the resolve stack. Okay, missing the resolve stacks is basically it. So right now you have max of 34, right? So 9-6 elevated to 34. Your damage reduction is 75 right now. If you actually get 46, 96 elevated to 46. Oh, what happened there? Okay, let's go again. 96 elevated to 40. What's happening here? What? This is just... Wait. It was not doing this before. Why the hell is this still... No. Dude, what the hell is wrong with the calculator? Let me... Am I just pressing something I shouldn't there? Okay, it's working now. Okay. So you went from 75 damage reduction to 85 damage reduction, right? That might not seem like a lot, but that's a 40% increase in the damage you can take, right? That's a lot of extra damage that you can intake. Because you have to do these numbers here. So it's 25 divided by 15, right? This is 40% there. That's a big one there. This one is fine. Damage wise, I mean, you lost a strength here, but this is probably this. I mean, you should have damage per overpower stack as well, right? But I guess it's okay for now. But yeah, you're missing a bit of damage there. This is totally fine. Fury regen is a bit of useless stat here, and you're missing life instead. So that's another thing that you're missing survivability wise. You're missing life here, which is a good amount. This seems fine. Also seems fine. Oh, you got fizz damage, nice. It's tidal, yeah. Okay, you're missing a lot of damage here on the Rama. I know it has gem strength and all, but it's a 0.47 one. You really need Rama to be max rolled. You're also missing strength and crit damage. So I know this is a gem strength Rama and all, it's very cool, but you should get a new one. Like, you're missing two important stats, which is crit damage and strength. And not only that, it's not 0.5, right? That's really important. This is fine. You can potentially get life here instead of physical damage if you want to be tankier. But this is fine. You also got the gem strength on it. Again, you could be a bit tankier with life instead of phys damage. But it's fine. I would masterwork the vulnerable damage because it's the only vulnerable damage you have right now. Like, I'll definitely masterwork that vulnerable damage there instead of the crit. But once again, it's unmodifiable, so rip. You can get a new one. Yeah, I mean, you can easily get the GA vulnerable one eventually, right? Whenever you can, try to get the GA vulnerable one, craft it up, and then... By the way, since you already have gem strength, I would swap the fizz damage for strength instead. Because with gem strength, you know, it's a lot. Oh yeah, and that oh, okay, you need to get the GA one eventually. This Banish Lord is 850. Unlucky. It's also knocks max roll on the... Oh yeah, you can't roll it either. Yeah, you need to get an ancestral one whenever you can. Need to swap to an ancestral one. So you can actually roll the GA on lucky hit. And roll the 17 to an 18. That's a lot of damage there. Oh yeah, wait, what? Why are you running... I just realized, why are you running all stats here? Like, all stats, you get them on the charms if you need to. Don't... Like, here just run the strength. Here you should just have strength gems all the way. It's a lot more damage. Other than that, of course, improve the gems you have, especially the ones you have over here, right? Dragon board, yeah, but just get them on the charms. It's way more like cost effective. Yeah, other than that, I mean, you probably need to masterwork the crit here instead of the core ranks. Because you from looking at this, I feel like you're missing a bit of crit chance now. You probably are not crit chance capped, I'm assuming. Maybe you are? Probably not. Yeah, get boots with life. You don't need the Fury regen, especially if you're playing with Starless. T-Bolts is way more than good enough. You need that life there to survive. If you can eventually get the new polearm with life instead of fizz damage, I would advise that. This is technically more damage, but I just prefer the life. Okay, then yeah. You need to... If you don't have if you don't have crit chance, that's a lot of damage you're missing, because a lot of your damage, like the critical strike damage multi, Banish Lords, and a couple of other stuff only applies when you actually crit. So if you don't have crit chance cap, you need to get it, at least on this setup, you need to be 90% in town. So you need to get it on your weapons, right? Instead of damage per overpower stack, you need to get crit chance over here. Wait, what were you talking about, Bubbly? Okay, just random stats on the item, yeah. I mean, I can check you, I guess, as well. We need to make this one the last one for a bit, or else I'm just gonna be checking everyone here. There you go. Oh. 9-6.
Oh, look what the tide washed up.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
A knight. Oh, a legendary prize for the
Max Life Boots, new Banish, Minor Tweaks to Paragon. The long run with Max Life. Yeah, but the polearm is the least of your worries. And you also need to get the... oh yeah, you already said you got the new... a new partition with the things, right? So yeah, that's about it, yeah. Other than that, like, try to get all stats on your charms. I can't inspect your charms, right? Try to get them there, and also leveling glyphs will improve our damage. But survivability is really gonna come down to the life you're missing, especially on the boots. I mean, the polearm is still quite big, right? Like, if I take the polearm off, it's like 10k I'm losing, right? So it's still quite big. But this one is still gonna be a good amount. This is gonna be like 5k or something. Maybe not as much. Close to that, I guess. But I'm in your prediction. Because he was running one without the resolve stacks. Ariana, thanks for the prime, really appreciate it. Let me... And Mordir, thanks for the tier 1 as well, really appreciate it. Hope you guys enjoy the emotes on the channel. Okay, view profile. Okay, so you're running resolve stacking, what's... Oh, we're looking at here. Great chance, that's helpful. Ooh, nice. It's a very decent one. Oh, we lost the strength. Oh, luckers. That's unlucky right there. I mean, you can swap this life on it for physical... I mean, you can't anymore, I guess, but yeah. It's not a lot of damage you're missing here, but the phys damage there would potentially be better, but... I guess, considering it's a 3GA, you're probably better off keeping it for now. All damage, that's... Oh, I mean... Okay, yeah. Resource on lucky hit. Oh, you really need it. Like, it really helps stack up Limitless Rage. It might not seem like a lot, but yeah. And any damage should always be damage per overpower on this build. I mean... You could potentially improve your gores for one with crit chance with like all damage multiplier is not that big, especially when you start getting gem strength stuff. If you could get one with crit chance and crit damage, or ideally crit chance and vulnerable damage, that will increase your damage a good amount. Oh, am I so good at math? That isn't. I don't know. What do I think about the next season nerfs? They are fair. With the exception of Banish Lords, I don't think they needed to nerf Banish Lords. Because Banish Lords was not the problem, but other than that, I mean, understandable. I just wish they buffed some of the underperforming stuff, but yeah. This is fine. This is also fine. That's fine. Starless, fine. Ring. More than fine enough. Again, like I said on the other ones, eventually once you get enough gem strength, it's probably not worth it yet for you because this is not GA. But once you get enough gem strength, you might want to consider getting a different ring instead of physical damage with strength, right? Because at some point you just get so much physical strength that you're just missing a bit of physical multiplier that you just don't, like, the amount you get here is not worth it over strength at some point. You're probably not quite there yet, but you're close. So you can start looking out to have another ring eventually for whenever you get the gem strength on the mace. At that point, if you have two of them gem strength, strength is definitely better on the ring instead of physical damage. Until then, you're probably fine. Oh yeah, survivability wise, I forgot to mention, I don't know, Morty, if you actually add this as well. Swap, don't run all resist ones. Run one all resist gem, and then the other one should be fire and lightning. So a topaz and a ruby. Because the thing is, lightning is the deadliest damage thing that you're gonna be taking, way more deadly than anything else, and fire as well. Fire is a bit more dodgeable, so you can get away with not running it if you bother dodging. But there's a lot of things that are going to be hard to dodge anyway. The big explosions, you shouldn't take those to the face. But there's a lot of other damage that just goes out and hits you randomly. So still run fire, so a ruby, and 100% a topaz. If you don't have a topaz and you run into an enemy that has like the spark thing that just puts a bunch of sparks out, you're just gonna die instantly. That one is a big one defensively. Other than that, of course, improving the gems, especially... Oh yeah, one thing here. Swap these gems around. Oh wait, no? Wait, is that the upgrade one? Wait a second. No, that's the upgraded one. That's correct, actually. Yeah, okay. No, don't swap them around. They are completely fine. I thought the one below was the upgraded one, but no. Yeah, other than that, it's just a couple of small things that will increase your damage. It's not a lot. Like, it's mostly okay, generally speaking here. Again, lucky hit here, because you're probably not maxing out your limitless rage that often, I would guess. Wait, why are you? Do you not have resource problems here? I would imagine that you have resource problems here. You can run back Ja here. Can you flex your Sadiq setup? No. I mean, you can put your things in the chat and people can add you to see, I guess, but not gonna be reviewing someone that's doing well. That's not the point of this, right? But yeah. Like, you try running back Ja, because that's what I'm running, right? I don't see any survivability issues besides the gems thing I pointed out, right? So try to run back Ja. That should, because I don't think you have enough uptime on well, I do if you run Lucian. Oh, okay, so that's some damage you're missing there. Meaning streamer pout. But yeah, try running with the back Ja. If you have survivability issues, go back to what you're running, but you shouldn't have until you start pushing like 125, 130 tower. At that point, you should be running the push setup, right? But yeah, like for general T12, you shouldn't need the care run, like at all. Like you're not gonna die on T12 with resolve stacking. That will definitely, I'll give you a bit more damage. That will basically bump you from the 30 trillion to the 50 trillion, more or less. And I mean, you already, wait, you do have gem strength, so you potentially should be doing more damage, I guess. No, take a peek. Oh yeah, it's you're probably just not stacking the limitless rage, I guess, fast enough. Also, what are your glyph levels? That could be a thing. I mean, getting a new Rama eventually, right? A new Rama will go a long way. Oh yeah, I farm 129 in 3 minutes. That's really good then. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. You're probably just talking about, you probably have bigger hits than 30 trillion then. Because I was doing that time. I was doing 130 in 3 minutes. With 100 trillion hit. I can do it faster now, of course, because I do have the gem strength. Yeah, okay, yeah, you definitely have more damage than 30 trillion if you're doing 129 in 3 minutes. But again, the one thing you can do, just try to, for now, the easiest ones are going to be eventually swapping the Rama for one with gem strength and try to get it with the 0.5 as well. Swapping the gems will increase their survivability a lot. And eventually getting a new Banished Lord. It's not... Oh yeah, are you crit capped? You're not, right? You don't have 90% crit chance in town, I'm assuming. Right? Like, I mean, I guess... probably not. 87? Okay, that's fine then. I mean, you're just missing... you have 7.5 on seal. Okay, yeah. You're just missing a bit, and that can easily be remedied by just getting a better seal eventually, right? So, yeah, that's fine then. You're just missing like 2.2%. That's more than whatever, right? It's not a big deal at that point. But yeah, just swap to Ja here instead of Ke, and swap the gems and see how it feels, if you're still dying or not. At that point, on a 130, you should not be dying that easily, even without Ke. I'm running 135s, and I rarely ever die on 35s, so on 30 you should be fine. And yeah, damage-wise, you probably have more damage than you think. And yeah, upgrade the Rama, and potentially the Banished Lord, because you might not be capping out Limitless Rage. Other than that, just getting gems as well, right? Do you have vulnerable damage? Oh yeah, and getting a new Gores. Definitely a new Gores. Like, the crit chance is good, but again, all damage slash fizz damage starts losing a lot of value when you start getting gem strength. Having crit damage multi, or ideally Von damage multi, will give you a lot more damage. But yeah, that's the TLDR there again. Okay, back to Gamba. Oh yeah, music has stopped. Whoops. Oh, was that still modifiable? No. $1 billion? Really? Damn, that's unlucky. I mean, I'm assuming you're exaggerating a bit on the Grigor skills, right? But unfortunate. It doesn't have to be GA though, right? Even if it's not GA, if it has good stats. Maybe a bit. Maybe. You know. 1 billion, 1,000, what's the difference, am I right?
Hello.
I appreciate it. Yeah, no worries. Oh, sorry, I missed a lot of... Anyone trying to run this echoing hatred? I guess I missed that one. Lot of Banished Lords. I also have a bunch of Banished Lords. I just don't have one that's an actual upgrade. I'm looking for one with crit chance, vulnerable damage, and crit damage, right? But I've not been lucky with that. What am I gambling? Trying to get another polearm with gem strength. Because this one, not only is it low rolled, it also has damage per power stack. And I'm trying a new setup for pushing, and I needed to have crit chance here. So, yeah. We are trying to get that.
Step up to my anvil. Taken apart.
What? My PoE2 disconnected from the patch server. RIP. I mean, I'm just updating it in case I end up playing it. We'll see if I play it tomorrow or not. If I do end up playing PoE tomorrow, I will not be streaming on the YouTube side because my PC literally cannot handle it. Doing dual stream on PoE, it just can't. RIP. I maybe could survive the campaign, some bosses aside, but yeah. Regardless, if I do end up streaming PoE tomorrow, PoE 2, I will let you guys know on like a community note on the YouTube side.
You're there! Please, help us!
You have strength 1 crit, justice skills, that's very nice. Should use that. Like, it's better than the one you... Actually, the one you had had crit, right? Oh no, it didn't. Yeah, you can use that one then. %100% better than the one you have, and you can actually put resource on the kit there. And well, yeah, it's 100% better. Like, sure, the justice skills is a dead stat, but... Like, look at this one. Weapon Mastery is a dead stat, Call of Resist is a dead stat. Look, granted, I do have a better one. I'm just not using it here on the speed setup. And some of those are potentially better than the one I have right now. Like, this would be better. Maybe some of them are better here. right? This would potentially be better, actually. Not better enough to justify me doing them, using them, but yeah. Right. I do have a bunch of decent ones, but I'm just gonna sell them and just keep hoarding gold until there's a really crazy one so I can try and buy it, because it's probably gonna go for like 10 gold caps or something stupid like that. Well, next season we don't have to trade, and if you do want to trade next season, the gold cap is gonna be increased, so you don't have to do all this shenanigans, which will be a breath of fresh air.
It's terrible.
Oh,
Stop there. Come on, one more.
didn't mean to do that.
Step up to my anvil.
Nice.
Sorry. Ugh.
And yeah, not too bad.
The secret. Yo, double GA, huge. Dude, all the side cap is gonna be much higher next season. I'm just gonna take the Forgotten Wisdom, but I don't want to mess around with doubles again. Plus gold seals yesterday. And since then, just doing boss and today start Exclamation Dungeons, yeah. Those are very nice. They're gonna be very nice on solo self-found, to be totally honest. They are gonna be super nice.
Perhaps a prize
Ooh.
inside.
Are you good? Kinda. You know what? Kinda. Not bad. I guess that's the one, the keys one. 100%. A second. Bonk.
We have only a short time. How sweet the pain of destruction. Until next time. One.
Got the boss. We're going up, up, up. Let me open this up over here. We're gonna check this in a second. Just to have an idea of what they added to the endgame. Because my issue with PoE 2 for the last couple of seasons is that the seasons I did play, I just got to the end game and I like 0.2 I got to the end game. I stopped playing at tier 5. Season 0.3 I got to the end game. I stopped playing immediately. So it will really depend on what they did to the end game. I also need to see what of the two builds I like, which one is doing better. If I do end up playing it. Like I would either play Tornado, which is the Whirlwind there. They call them Whirlwind, but it's not actual Whirlwind. It's like a tornado kind of build. The Whirlwind would be Cyclone on PoE, but they don't have that one yet in the game. It's probably gonna come out to the Sword update. But until we actually get Sword into the game, we're not seeing Whirlwind there, sadly. Chest plate SGA max resource. What stat should I max on the Anvil? Resolve, actually. I know that right now the stat priority is a bit weird. It's a bug. I've not been able to fix it yet. It's probably because of, you know, we do get the information from the game. And Resolve is just working weird, right? So like anything I try to put to Masterwork Resolve, it just doesn't work properly sometimes. But anything that has Resolve stacks, you want to Masterwork the Resolve stacks. My damage went way up. Nice. Glad to hear. Yeah, no worries, Graham Frick. No worries. Okay, let's start leveling this rough. I think all my glyphs are currently maxed. And I got most of the ones for push maxed as well. It's really coming down to getting a good banish. I need to look at the trade. But I can't have the trade open. I guess I could have it on... I mean, I could just... Yeah, I could just have Chrome open. I could just have the trade open on Chrome, I guess. Because if I open it on Firefox, for some reason, the site just kills my browser. Like, my browser just dies. And anything I have open on the browser just freezes. But I guess I could open it on the... Oh yeah, let me save this. I could open it on the Chrome browser, maybe. That's definitely something. I'll have to look into it.
Taken apart, melted down.
Okay, let's have a look at this. Now that where's the thing? There you go. Release this into... I'm not gonna be playing it right now. Oh, this is new zones for the... You're gonna have on the map. Cool. Game overall, there are over 30 new areas to expand the atlas from the... Okay, sure. I'm more interested in knowing if they removed the ones that were annoying as hell. This is very cool, and I hope we see this in PoE 1. This is very cool. Ooh, I like this one. Again, like I was saying, I didn't look at a lot of this. Cover markings that should be remembered. Okay, whatever. I mostly just want to know about the end game. Okay, they just talk about adding more maps, right? But I guess I'll need to go to the 130 done in 60 seconds. What's your first pack? I mean, that sure helps. People to get to end game to really know. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna be playing it today. I have the game downloading in the background right now. I mean, it's not gonna be downloading in time anyway, because my internet is not the fastest. So it's probably like, and I also have to download all the updates for the last season, because I also didn't play. I didn't touch it at all. So I have to download 2 seasons in a row, basically. But yeah, tomorrow, whenever I wake up and stuff like that, people should already be at the end game, and before I start streaming, we should already know if it's decent or not. And depending on that, I might pick it up. We are only going to play it for a bit, though, because we do have the PTR, and I'm going to be messing around on the PTR. So if we do play it, it's going to be like 2-3 days. Actually, 2 days only, I think, right? Because it's 30, and then it's the first. Oh no, it's 30, 31, and the first. So we play 3 days, maybe, and then we go back to the PTR. We'll see. We'll decide tomorrow. In the meanwhile, I can still have the trade in the background and wait for someone to post something and just try and buy the Banished Lords every now and again. But anyway, guys, thanks for coming today. We're gonna finish the stream here for today. Tomorrow, we'll see if we're gonna be playing the PoE 2 or not. On the Twitch side, if I'm playing PoE 2, you will know, right? On the... Are you going to stream tomorrow? Yes. Just I might not stream on the Twitch side, right? Because, well, it is what it is. On the YouTube side, sorry, because my PC cannot handle it. So it is what it is. But on the Twitch side, we'll be here. And depending on how things turn out, if I don't stream on the YouTube side, I'll let you guys know with a community note. On the Twitch side, whenever I come up, you'll know if I'm playing D4 or PoE2, right? Anyway, bye-bye guys on the YouTube side. As always, I cannot send you guys anywhere. I'll be streaming tomorrow at around 3 GMT, as always. So bye-bye guys. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye YouTube. On the Twitch side, we're gonna be running Crouching Tuna. He's a really cool PoE creator.